Norwegian partner, and they put a great input and great practical insight into our training. So we've built one strong partnership and it's developing. And together we also work on one certification system, and it's under development still, but we have some standards that all the countries are using to certify dogs and to test them. Are they appropriate for this kind of work? We also have one database that is under development, but it will be hopefully the great source of information about the field practitioners involved and people who are really working in Europe in animal-assisted services. And of course, we've built a lot of connections and friendships, and I really believe this kind of cooperation that we can talk together, meet and train together will strengthen the field and give us a lot of opportunities to exchange good practices. Today on the conference, we will listen to Alina Rousseau lecture about standardization and why it matters. And I think it's really important lecture because since last year we have new definitions, new names for all the practices. So we stopped using animal-assisted intervention. Instead, we have animal-assisted services, and it's nice that it's well written. We have great document about it, and now all the field and all the practitioners can use the same language to talk about our work. So it's much easier to do some research, to compare between countries, and to use similar tools because we know what we are doing and about what kind of work we are talking. Then we will jump to Adam Miklosi's lecture. He's a great professor in ethology, and I believe that all of you know him. And his work about dog cognition and dog behavior and how actually dogs think, how they can learn, and how they build relation with humans. So it will be great to hear his thoughts about personality, how we can check personality, and can we match this personality to our specific and quite challenging work in animal-assisted services. Then we will have a trainer from Norway, Line Sands, that is a great practitioner and trainer with a fantastic approach to dogs and professionals. And she will share her thoughts on global perspective, how different countries approach dog training and what we can benefit from our cooperation and how we can train together to make the training even better and much more fun for everyone. And at the end, we will have a great session about Visegrad project and cooperation. So we will meet practitioners from partner countries and we will discuss how the camps and the cooperation and practical insights from this project change approach in countries and what we can benefit. And I think it's really great opportunity also to listen, especially if you are representing other organizations from different countries, because maybe this will give you an idea how to cooperate. We are really open for cooperation, to building new partnerships and to work together with new organizations to make this field even better and more connected. So let's jump to the toolbox that we are using in our work. And we will discuss mainly two of those tools that we developed and were using in this project, but also some practical abilities that our dogs are presenting during the intervention. So one of the tools is PADA. It was developed previously in different projects together with Adam Miklosi, a Norwegian partner, but actually it was used also in this project. And this is a basic tool to assess dogs' personality for animal-assisted services. And the other tool that we were using in Visegrad project was international AAS certification for practitioners. And we will look also on this model and see what practical we can take out of it. So let's have a closer look at PADA. I will not talk about it a lot as Adam Miklosi will cover this in his scientific lecture, but I want to show you some main important things about PADA, and maybe it will make you more interested and more engaged in this kind of scientific approach to dog personality and assessing them to work. Actually, PADA is a protocol that contains 18 exercises that we ask dogs to perform, and it's not about actually performing on following cues. It's only about dog's decisions. So we arrange some situation, and the dog is in this situation, and we are looking at the dog's communication, dog's decisions, and the dog's idea about how to solve the problem or how to approach different challenges. We are not asking the dog to do anything. We are just observing the dog's decision. And the PADA test is evaluated by professionals who are trained. They are often ethologists, but also they can be dog instructors or people that have years of experience in working with dogs and they have proper education to do it. So then we can get a lot of information about dog's personality and dog's decision. And thanks to this protocol, we are able to choose only dogs who are happy to work with people and are happy to visit different facilities, so they can also benefit from animal-assisted services because they can work in stress-free environment. And why is essential? And actually all of the partner countries and organizations that were involved in this project, we agreed that it's essential to test dogs for animal-assisted services. And one of the main points is that we can take care of dogs' welfare. Because if the dog is suited for animal-assisted services, it can be really happy to visit clients and it can be really happy to cooperate with them and have some kind of interaction. Dogs who are suited for animal-assisted services and passed PADA test, they are also brave enough to visit different facilities to cope with narrow corridors, slippery floors, different smells, different noises, people approaching or going, passing by. So with all those environmental challenges, those dogs are happy to be around and they are happy to work in this challenging environment. This is also the great opportunity to take care of patients' welfare. Because if we are working with the dog who is suited, it's also a safe dog because there is no aggression there and the dog is feeling safe and secure, so it doesn't need to protect itself. So it's much easier and safer for clients to work with this kind of dog as they can benefit from safe relationship and they are happy also to interact with a social, nice and friendly dog. In the PADA test, we can also observe dog's personality and give some feedback to the handler so we can match human dog team to the proper facility and proper interaction with clients so we can choose more active interaction for more active dogs and calmer and slower interaction for dogs who are not so active and not so eager to perform a lot of tricks, but still happy to interact with people. So this is also a great information for handlers, so they can adjust their IDs and protocols of intervention to this specific kind of dog's personality. And last but not least, PADA test is also is the first step of education. Often it's the very basic information for the handler about dog's behavior, and it gives also a lot of information about future education and how to proceed with the training and preparing this specific dog for animal-assisted services. To use PADA in your organization, you actually you need two certified evaluators who were trained with the protocol and are able to use it. And you need an app that is connected to the database because all the dogs and all the results are in the database. So then we can use it for future research and compare the results between countries and compare for example, information about dog breeds or specific behaviors connected with the age, gender, or other dog traits that we can choose. So it's really interesting also from the research point of view to have all this information. And the app also is useful while scoring the dog during the practical assessment. And the other tool that we were using is international certification. But I don't want to talk about, diplomas and documents because that's not what certification is about. Actually, it's much more beyond the documentation. It's not a paperwork. It's actually kind of mindset our commitment to better quality of animal-assisted services and the way we are implementing standards into the field. And of course, the final result is kind of document you get or the certification for both for you and the dog. But it's also about unified training methods. So in all the partner countries and countries that are cooperating with us in other projects, we use similar training methods. Evidence-based training, we are using scientific documents and research about dog mentality, dog cognition, dog behavior to build the training programs and to make it as flexible and as suited to the dogs as possible to strengthen the traits that we are looking for in the intervention. We will talk about those traits later on. We have also standardized dog requirements. So we know that in those countries, or at least in those organizations, dogs will perform similar activities during interaction. So we know the basic personality traits that we can observe in all the dogs working in the organization. And we know that dogs have similar abilities. They are following similar standards in the interaction with clients. We have common ethical framework, and that goes both for the welfare of the dogs, welfare of the clients, and preparation of the handlers, so handlers education. And it's really nice when we can discuss together, build the standard, and we can observe also how it works in different countries, because each country has a little bit different requirements, a little bit different cultural background. So it's great that we can still develop it and work on it together and apply in different cultures. And what's the most beneficial for me and most fun part actually about certification and building standardization is networking and growth, because we meet a lot of organizations and practitioners, also researchers that are dedicated to the field, and they have a lot of ideas about how to improve dogs' welfare, how to make the quality of interaction with client better. So it's great chance to discuss and to network, and it is very beneficial also for future cooperation and future projects. Why we need it? Why we need this international certification? For me, we actually need it for this kind of emotion that you can see in this picture. I really love this picture. For me, it's kind of essence of animal assisted services, because you can see the true connection between the dog and the client. And the dog is also happy to be in the situation. It's focused on the client. It's eager to take part in this interaction. And it's also beneficial for the client to have this kind of interaction. The handler is a little bit aside. It's of course conducting and kind of managing the situation, but the dog can work a little bit independently, connecting with the client and building this strong relationship. And for me, this kind of behavior is actually building through training, is building through proper assessment and choosing the proper dog for this kind of work. So in these international projects and building this certification program, we are really looking for these traits and for the standards that we can apply in different countries, and we are also developing effective tools for make dogs and people more eager to work in interaction. Our dogs are actually very client-oriented, so they are both suited mentally for that, but they are also prepared. Handlers are educated because we have nice educational programs, and we are preparing handlers to be professionals in the field. All the dogs have PADA test, and they are well trained and prepared for this kind of work. They have helpful routines. We will talk about those routines later on. But it's not only about routines, it's also about being flexible and prepared for changing those routines if needed. So it's about education, actually, and being prepared for different situations. When we're talking about animal-assisted services, I want to talk about several traits or situations that we are looking for in this kind of interaction, I used an acronym IMPACT, and that goes for involvement, motivation, patience, assistance, calmness, and trainability. And now we will jump through all those traits and look how we can train them or how we can use them in the intervention. Actually, to have it, we need dog with the right personality, and we need a dog who has a proper training. And without these two areas, actually, we are not able to perform proper interaction with the client. Because if we are looking for the dog who will be our partner and support in this kind of setting, we really need to prepare this partnership well. Because if the dog is stressed or not prepared, it will not be a partner. It will be another challenge in the situation, especially if we are working, and most of us do actually work with demanding clients who have some challenges or disabilities or some problems that we are trying to help with solving. So we really need to have a strong partner in our dog who will help us in these situations instead of being stressed, for example, and needed our support. So that's why we really need this personality and training. Actually, if we are looking for involvement, and that goes for engagement, both for clients and the dog in the situation, we are looking for the connection and relation. Yeah. So to make this happen, we start with building the relationship with the handler. I really believe that the relation is, we can maybe even call it a tool, because when we build this good relationship with the handler and the dog, that makes a dog much more cooperative and much more eager to work. And actually, good relationship with the handler can be transferred into relation with other people, because if the dog finds the relationship with own human safe, secure, and fun, then it's much easier for the dog to have trust in other people and be able to have fun with other people also. To build a relationship, we actually need to make as much fun as possible in everyday life and in training. So we use positive training methods, a lot of reinforcement, and we do not use any aversive methods in training, especially in training for this specific work. But actually, we are very focused on reinforcing our dogs and on making them be able to choose for themselves in as many situations as possible. Of course, it's not about giving the dog all the choices in life, because sometimes we experience situations that we are responsible for making the decision, and we are responsible for asking the dog to perform some behavior or be in the place that it doesn't want to be, for example, in a veterinary clinic. But still, in everyday life, we offer choices, and we are also listening to dogs' communication and boundaries. So if the dog is saying, okay, I'm a little bit stressed in this situation, I don't like it, then we can ask ourselves, can I make this situation a bit easier for the dog? Can I change something? Or should I put the dog in this situation at all? Because if we have this insight and we have these thoughts, it's much easier for the dog to follow our cues and to respect when we ask it to do not so pleasant thing. If in everyday life, our decisions and our choices are good for the dog and the dog is happily following. So the relation is one of the tools or the basic abilities, things, areas that we should have in our working environment with the dogs. And I will also show you some tools that we can use to for dogs to be more, let's say, involved or engaged with the client. One of these tools is hand target. We are using our dogs to stick the nose to the hand, and it can be easily transferred to clients. We can teach the dog to touch the nose to client's hands, no matter where the hand is. So if the hand is on the lap or it's lying on the bed, the dog can easily jump in and touch the hand with the nose. And the client, most of the situation, doesn't know that it's a cue, especially if you have a nice cue for that, not like very strict nose or touch, but you use other like say hello or hug the person. said in a soft and nice voice, the client probably will not notice that it's a cue or an order for the dog, but for the dog it will be a guidance what to do and how to proceed in the situation. The same goes for chin target or putting the head on the chosen surface. You can ask the dog to put the head on the lap of the client or on the bed or on the wheelchair. And it also looks very nice for clients and build this connection and involvement. Actually, staying in the position and working with different people, especially during the training sessions, is also very beneficial because if the dog is able to be calm around people, just sit and stay and wait calmly instead of jumping at the person or trying to force the person to give some treats or food or play, it's much easier than to transfer this soft and nice situation into real intervention and real situation with clients. So when you train with your dogs, please use as much helpers as you can find. Ask your friends or coworkers maybe to support your training, because this is really beneficial for the dog if it has nice experience with different people in safe environments, and then we can use it also in real situations with clients. And these are often more challenging because clients have a special way of moving or special way of talking to the dog. They often make unpredictable noises or movements. So adjust the dog to this situation slowly and step by step. Another part of the impact is motivation. We really want our dogs to be motivated and eager to work, even if they are not so, if they cannot understand what the client is saying, or the situation could be a bit strange because patient is doing unpredictable things. And to keep this motivation, we are also using some tools in our trainings that are beneficial and helpful. One of those is teaching some games. Like we can use, for example, retrieving, we can use bowling or playing basketball. So things that are connected with some objects and fun for the dog. So then if the client is having the object that the dog knows, it's much easier to perform the behaviors, and it's much more fun for the dog because it has this connection in his brain that this special game, like playing bowling or retrieving, is fun and can be performed happily. So these emotional connections with different techniques, trainings are also very useful in real situations with client. During the trainings, we are also using a lot of surprises for the dogs. So we are surprising them with food in unexpected situation. We are surprising them with play or with social contact. So they are really eager to look for what's next, what's the next challenge and what's the next reward, because they know that probably something nice will happen. So then during intervention, they are also looking for these nice, surprising things happening around, and they have quite high expectation our humans. Mm. And we can really benefit from this because if the dog have this expectation and is really looking forward to meet different clients, it works much more eagerly and happily. Another thing or trait that we are looking in our dogs is patience, because some clients, they really need the time to look at the dog or to adjust to the situation. Here you can see a girl who is in very famous coma clinic in Poland, and the child was after a severe brain injury, and she was in the coma. Actually, she still is in a coma. And this kind of interaction is at the end of her treatment, so she's almost awakened, but still working on that during the rehabilitation session. But then she still needs a lot of time to focus her attention, to look at the dog, and to make some movement. So we really needed a dog who has a lot of patience and is able to stay in the position, for example, wait for the girl to notice, wait for the girl to move a hand a little bit towards the dog, and be patient enough to stick to the girl and her mother. And to train this, we are training with waiting in different positions and different environments. It's also nice to have the different environments for training. So we are training not only in a training room or outside in the garden, but we use really different facilities and places to train. So we train in kindergartens if we have permission from the kindergarten staff, or in schools, school corridors. Sometimes we train in a hospital environment. We train in different facilities like nursery homes. So the dogs are adjusted to different environments, to different floors. So we train on the carpet, on the grass, on the slippery floor, on the cold floor, or in the hot room. So the dogs can know all these environments from previous trainings. And then if they visit, for example, hospital and the oncology clinic, they are adjusted and they know what to do. So to train around these patients, we need to train waiting in different positions and different environments. We are teaching waiting as a fun game. So the dog is waiting and then some nice things happening. We are doing some games, chasing objects or giving a lot of food for the waiting situation. So the dog is also having nice expectations about it. And we teach our dog to wait while people are doing different activities around them. So no matter is the person sitting, standing, dancing, jumping, or doing whatever, if the dog is asked to sit and wait, the dog should sit and wait, because the nice things will happen later on. And we are making the dogs be more patient in the situation and more focused on the task that is waiting calmly. Another very important thing of impact is assistance. And I really like to talk about it because it takes the responsibility from the dog to the handler. Because dog is there to assist us in our work, and that's the handler responsibility to provide proper intervention, interaction with the client. So handlers should be educated, should be prepared, and should have all the resources. Actually, dog is helping. And it's there to support us. So it's on human part, the responsibility, the plan, the tools that we are using during the interaction with the client. And then it's also our responsibility to prepare the dog properly, because it's our partner and it's there to have fun together with us and support us in the work, but it's not the dog's responsibility, and it's not the dog who is, therapy dog or educational dog or the teacher. It's us, and the dog is just assisting in the situation. Of course, it's a great job. It builds a lot of motivation in the clients and a lot of nice emotions, smiling situations, and it builds also nice connection between the dog and the client, and between the client and the handler, but still is assistance and not the main part of the job. Oops. Sorry for that. I don't know what is happening with the presentation. Give me a second. We'll try to fix the pictures. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. So we have it. So to have this assistance fulfilled, I encourage you to educate yourself, and it's long life learning. I'm learning for over 20 years and still developing new fields and new abilities in me. And there is a lot of courses around, a lot of conferences you can attend. Many of those are free, like this one, but there are also nice conferences that you can attend live or online. It's up to you. There are also some training camps for human dog teams that are working in animal assisted services. I believe Lina will talk about it, because we're also organizing one of those. So there's a lot of possibilities to meet people, to exchange information, and to be better in what all of us are doing. So I really encourage you to educate yourself and be better handler for your dog and better professional for your clients. Another thing that is connected with impact is calmness. Because we really want our dogs to be calm, not only jumping, having fun and barking around, just sitting calmly waiting, hugging the clients, or being around them, because this kind of energy also helps clients to focus and to perform the task that we really want them to perform. So we teach dogs to wait around people. We train in relaxation mood, so it's not always about having fun and making active performation or active cues. It's often about just being in the situation, going around people or staying with them without any special tasks. And as you have dogs at home, probably you know that it could be challenging for the dog just to be calm around without any expectations, actually, and without demanding treats or asking for games or asking for activity. And this is also trainable. So I encourage you to train this relaxation mood and switching between moods. So will it be possible for your dog to switch between relaxation, waiting calmly, and jump into active games like retrieving or tagging or jumping around or performing some tricks? And if the dog is able to switch between this relaxation and activity, it is really beneficial and helpful during the interaction because we actually need both of those moods, not only one of those. So while training, remember about relaxation and possibility to calm your dog down. And also trainability. That's a very important part. That goes, of course, with the personality, but not only. You can train on trainability. So actually, the more you train and the more you have fun, the more trainable is your dog and more eager to work together with you. Um, and while training with this special trait, we are asking the dog to perform very precise tasks. So the dog really needs to think about what we are asking they to do, not only to guess. For example, if the dog sees this blue dice, it's not only about, okay, I know this dice, I will punch it, but we can ask the dog to perform different cues with this special object. So it can touch it by nose, it can touch it by paw, it can lay down around it, it can sit when the dice is presented. So it's about listening and thinking, not only about doing what the dog has in mind. We are also training on a precise tasks, like you can see this small spaniel stepping on the handler's feet. It also requires precision and concentration to do it. So the more games and precise tasks you will figure out, then it's better to train this trainability and ability to focus and follow the cues, having fun together and not guessing the activity only based on the object or small movements that the handler performs. And if you are interested more in trainings and you want to be up to date with different training possibilities, both in Poland and internationally, I encourage you to scan this QR code and sign up for the mailing list for different training possibilities. It's not only about conferences and webinars, but it's also about practical training. In Poland, we have a great course in Polish that is blended learning. So we have a lot of materials online with lectures. It's like over 80 lessons about dogs and interactions and also how to build a proper interaction with the client. And then we have also practical meetings with dogs and clients, and we are training together. So it's a lot of knowledge about how to train dogs and prepare them for animal assisted services. But also internationally, we have some nice trainings, both online and live. We are doing training camps and we are doing some exchanges of good practices between different countries. So if you are interested in growing together with us, I encourage you to scan this QR code and join the mailing list about training and preparing your dogs for AAS. And another QR code that you may be interested in scanning, you can register your dog or a cat, actually, if you have a working cat also. In the app, it's this database that is under development. Actually, for now, we are using it mostly for scoring for PADA and scoring for animal-assisted services certification. But in the future projects, we also plan to use it as a nice work log for your dogs. So you can store some data about your intervention with your clients and your notes from the work. And the database is created to strengthen the field. It's often your first step on the journey to international certification and connection with other people in the field. Um, it's going to be international AAS community, so it's the list of people who are working in a practical field, and we can easily exchange information. It will also help us shape the future, or let's call it future projects, because if we have this database and people that are engaged in animal-assisted services, it's much easier to provide projects like we did. So projects together with different countries and provide trainings and conferences like this, because we can see how many practitioners are engaged and how many practitioners are interest in this kind of activities. And it's also a valuable resource, as it's a database with information about certified dogs. We can use it for statistics and also in Ohio as a resource for how many practitioners do we have in Europe and what we can do together to make the field more connected, more unique, and more actually, how to say, standardized, yeah, and how we can grow together. So thank you for your attention. You can see on the screen now my contact information. So if you have any questions or if you have any thoughts that you want to share. Also, as far as I know, we have also different organizations, leaders and volunteers here present. So if you feel that you want to connect with us or you have some projects, ideas, possibilities, we are open for any cooperation, and I believe that we will find some way to cooperate. Maybe we can work on a project together. Is it Visegrad or is this European, like Erasmus or a capacity project? We are really open for this and have some experience in funding projects opportunities. So if you have thought that maybe that's something interesting for my organization, feel free to contact me and just stay in touch. We have, I think, several more minutes, so if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. And if we do not have any questions, we will welcome Alina Rousseau with her lecture about standardization and definitions.
You can raise the hands and we can allow you to speak. Okay, we have a. Do we have anyone brave? Yeah. Okay. Olga.
Not so easy, you know.
Olga, you should be able to speak to us and ask you a question.
Okay, so Alina is preparing. I will maybe also jump.
Magda, you have also questions on the chat, so you can
I'm trying
address them.
to find it, but chat, or is it special room for questions? Okay, I have some. Okay. I have a question about specific breed and do I know any certified Mastiff in PADA? Actually, I don't know it, and I don't think we have it around Europe. I can check but I don't think they have it in Japan also. So no, I don't know any Mastiff that is working and is certified with the PADA. So maybe Kasia, if you have one, that would be the first one. It will be interesting to check. We have many different breeds, and it's designed. The test is designed to test. Um, we are not looking at the breed actually. So we are looking at the dog's behavior in general, and we are not occupied with choosing some special breed that we are saying only retrievers are good for animal-assisted services, but not Doberman, for example, or Rottweiler. Actually, 3 days ago we had PADA test, and there was a great Doberman passing PADA test like flying colors, and it was one of the best dogs ever, being very people-oriented, very calm, and very brave in many situations. There is also question about working with the puppy and will it be suited for animal assisted services? That's a tricky question actually, because with the puppies we never know. What we can do is just to strengthen our relationship and build on bravery of the puppy to make it feel secure in the environment and with different situations. But it's also about dog's personality. And some dogs who are very shy or fearful or not so open towards strangers, they will never grow to dogs who are suited for animal assisted services. But we cannot say when the puppy is very small. So we need to wait with evaluation. And actually, PADA test is designed for adult dogs. It's similar, with people when we have children in the kindergarten and we ask them what they want to do. Probably they want to be a fireman or a princess or whatever. And not all of them actually become a fireman or a princess when they are adults. So the same goes with puppies, actually. When they are small, they are often very happy to meet strangers. And then when they get older, they start to have some boundaries or some fears or some thoughts about strangers. So really need to observe it carefully and train on many, many things and building this relationship and positive expectations towards people. Yeah, and the same goes to other breeds like Chihuahua or Maltipoo or other breeds. There is no breed requirements. There is only this personality requirement. And I think that Adam Mikloshi in his lecture will talk a lot about personalities and the scientific approach to it. So we will have a lot of data about it. Okay, so I think that would be it. Thank you for your attention. We have almost 500 people here interested in animal assisted
Okay, we have
interaction.
one more person, Dennis.
Exciting,
Can
yeah?
you speak?
Yes, hello.
Okay, yeah.
Hi.
Just one question. I couldn't log in from my laptop. I had the problem. Will we get, and I cannot scan the QR code because I'm using my phone. Can we get the links of the QR codes after the session?
Yeah, we can send them. You can also you cannot contact me because you cannot see my address. But you can reach actually our organization also to remind yourself. But we will send the information. So probably tomorrow, all of you will get mail with recording and summary of the conference. So all the needed information will be there also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks a lot for all the questions. I see that there are many questions and information about specific breeds and puppies. We cannot answer them all, but I encourage you to sign up for this mailing list about training. We are providing a lot of information and you will get access, especially in Polish, to many conferences that were recorded previously, but also for English-speaking people, we have some resources that may be beneficial for you in the future. So, Alina, I'm giving the voice to you.
Hi,
And
Magda. Congratulations
really
on the
looking
presentation.
forward.
Might be, meanwhile, you already know my presentation, so you can answer some of the questions because I've seen there are a lot in the chat. So just take your time to address them if you feel like.
Yeah, so I will just switch to the chat, but I'm still listening.
There was a question if we had a pit bull.
Yeah, if the
Is that
pit bull
Michael?
passes PADA, then it could be working. In PADA, we are looking on sociability towards people. So if the dog is happy to meet other people, is the dog happy to meet our other dogs? And is the dog happy in the environment? So brave enough to be in different facilities and places. So if the pit bull fulfills all those requirements, then yes, it can be working. But with pit bulls and other this kind of dangerous breeds, is often also about people attitude. So if you go with dog like this to the hospital or to the school, people tend to be afraid. So that could be a challenge. But with PADA test, we can actually certify the dog, and if the dog is suited, it can work. And it could be actually really beneficial. Some pit bulls have great mentality for working and great attitude towards people. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna become silent, and now Alina, it's your turn.
I'm here. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. I put it here. Okay. Please let me know if you hear me and if it's visible. Mikal or Magda?
Yes, yes, we can see you, and the presentation is clear.
Perfect, perfect. So I was challenged by Magda, and I'm happy that she proposed this title to talk about the power of standards and cooperation in animal-assisted service.
Okay, now we cannot hear you, Alina. Something is wrong with the connection. We are back, hopefully. Can you say something, please? So I think we lost Alina for a second.
Yeah, we need to wait for Alina. In meantime, I will pass to the chat the form, and if you will fill your name, surname, and email address, you will get the certificate of attendance in this conference.
So Michał just uploaded the form that you can fill in, and then we will send the confirmation for the
Yes, please
certificate of
don't
attendance.
put the emails here.
No, just click the link, and then in the link you will find the
Use the form.
Yeah, use the form, and then you will get the certificate on your email. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes, so just wait patiently for it. We will provide the link also later on, but it's, yeah, I hope that you will like the certificate. It confirms your attendance. Don't put your email here, please. Just click the link. And we are waiting for Alina to reconnect.
Maybe Magda, you can answer some more questions meantime.
Yeah, I'm just looking that there is a question that there is already an international standardization body, and of course, and it's the question is there is already an international standardization body that has formalized the standard for assistance dogs. I'm not sure, are you talking about animal assisted services or assistance dogs, because there are some, it's different kind of work actually, and assistance dogs are dedicated to work with people like disabled, the people with disability, yes, and it's something quite different when you have a guide dog or assistance dog than when we are talking about animal assisted services. And of course we have bodies like IOHIO. This is the international organization, umbrella organization for standardization, and we have also animal assisted services international in United States, and it covers also other countries, and they are preparing guidelines and definitions, and Alina will cover this in her next lecture, but it's not very precise standard, and we're following those guidelines in our standardization and in our rules. But actually IOHIO and Animal Assisted Services International, they give us guidelines, so the direction that we are about to move, but there is no specific requirements on what the dog should do. And we are actually working together with those organizations to make it even more popular. We are answering with these standards to lack of standardization in the countries, because in Europe only Hungary and Italy has laws regarding animal-assisted services or the needed examines or documents that the dog should have or the handler should have. But the rest of the countries is struggling with lack of documentation, laws, certification. So we are giving, specific tools and specific solutions like the application or, programs for education and exams for those teams.
Hi, hello. My name is Sabina, and I am also as Magda PADA test evaluator, and I would like to come back to young dogs and think about if it's worth to check them somehow, because Magda, you said it is somehow tricky, but however, I think it is worth assessing a young dog to understand its tendencies or core personality. Such an evaluation will also help determine the most suitable direction for training. So it's good to check your dog if you are thinking about PADA test and thinking about working in AAS. But I think the best moment is when the dog is 8 months or even more. Magda, would you like to talk more about young dogs? Because as far as I know, many people has this idea to train dog where they are young. So it's the best time to think about it.
That's true. We have actually evaluation that is based on PADA test, but it's designed for young dogs. But as you said, Sabina, we need at least 8 months of age in dog to evaluate it, and then we need to evaluate it when it's adult, so over 2 years. But I think that now we have to jump again to Alina, and I really hope that it will work.
So sorry, it was a shortage of the internet in the whole building, so I actually had to move to the hall.
So you've been running.
I was running through the building with my computer, but I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Nice to see you. Okay, so
my colleagues will be able to hear me, but I don't care. We'll have the conference,
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so, thank you very much, Magda. Sorry for this. I didn't expect it. Sometimes it happens, so it was. Okay, good. So I will be sharing my screen, my presentation. Actually, I did talk like 5 minutes by myself without knowing that I was out. So now can you hear me? Isn't it? Everything is okay?
Yeah, now it's fine. And we can also see the presentation.
Thank you. And you see the presentation. So as I was starting to talk about the fact that, Magda, you challenged me with this beautiful title of Standards and Cooperation in Animal-Assisted Services. And we will be talking about why do standards matter. I hope you can hear me. Yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, and how does cooperation shape the future of animals, the future of people? And I am saying hello from Romania to you. This is just a short introduction because I would say that my whole career and the current, the present, and I hope the future is marked by this idea of cooperation and networking. And I have a very interdisciplinary background in biology and psychology. And of course, I am an etologist as a foundation. So I did my studies in observing animal behavior, and I'm still doing part of it. And I'm currently at the Faculty of Animal Science and Biotechnologies in Romania. I'm interested in animal psychology, animal cognition and consciousness. I will bring a bit of this into the presentation when we talk about standards and the importance of cooperation with people from, this practical part of animal-assisted services, but also research and education. And I have the privilege also to be interested in the behavior of humans and the psychology of humans that are working as handlers, trainers, educators, but also beneficiaries. And I'm coordinating a master's degree program in ethology and human-animal interaction, and also a lab on the research on human-animal interaction. And I am recently part of this International Association of Human-Animal Organization, AAHIO, called from now on member. And I will be talking a lot about AAHIO being a messenger of the work that is being done there and is currently being under development. Okay, so that's just a bit of what we are doing here in terms of professionalization, because I have seen in the chat some questions regarding what are the ways of professionalization. One of them is educating students, master students in this case, but of course we also have undergraduate programs in animal behavior and welfare, but I'm here referring to this form of professionalization in which our students have they have in the curricula offerings the class of animal assisted services. And we talk a lot also about psychology applied to anthrozoology, what covers, you know, all the human-animal interactions. So that's a way of dealing with this. And of course, we have included information about PADA in our teaching. And we already had and will be having students that are gonna join, they will be joining the camp in Poland and also other countries that are offering PADA training, how to become evaluators, or how they can learn being ethologists and specialists in animal behavior and welfare, how to use it also in research. And I'm really grateful for the collaboration that we already had with Poland, Norway, but also with Hungary in this field. And these are it's a very recent picture of students from last week when we had the community engagement program. And here you can see the students on animal behavior and welfare interacting with a dog from a shelter. But this is a dog that this dog was involved in many visiting programs. And he used to be a shelter dog, and now we have a dog that is suitable to interact with diverse groups of people. But how, because we are talking about the importance of collaboration and networking, here it's a very old picture, 25, we go back in time, 25 years ago. And here you see a group of people working in fundamental research, but also applied research in animal behavior, quite similar to what Adam is doing. This was the Department of Animal Behavior Studies, where I had the honor to be a PhD student 25 years ago, that long time. And there in the background, you can see, although I was working in social behavior of other species of mammals, not on dogs and cats, I had a chance to meet this professor here. It's Professor Dennis Turner, who was much younger at that time. So I consider him talking about collaboration and networking an inspiring person during my PhD journey and in my professional journey, actually. And I'm sure Magda and other colleagues that are here have the same perception of him as being a game changer in many fields. And so Professor Dennis Turner, he was also the former president of AAHIO for 15 years. And due to him, and I'm expressing my gratitude for this, I discovered the field of animal-assisted interventions. He's still part of many projects, currently working with many of the people that are right now in the conference. And also, Professor Dennis Turner offered me the view about the existence of AAHIO, which later on I became a board member of it. And they are one of the leading global level association of promoting standards in research and education and practice. And how do they do it? They have various position statements. Sorry for the background noise, there are students around. They have a lot of statements that offer like general guidelines, but still, you know, they try to build and evidence common values and principles and to offer a common base for all the practitioners, researchers, and educators in the field of animal-assisted services. We can use them in an interchangeable manner, animal-assisted interventions. So you will find in Ohio, and there are still many groups working on this, some pivotal position paper, hello dog, papers on, for example, risk management in animal-assisted interventions. Some of them, they refer on how to prevent and to be aware of domestic violence related to animal abuse and how to prevent these things to happen. Even if we do, for example, on animal-assisted treatment program, we are becoming ambassadors of positive and responsible and cooperation with our dogs, isn't it? And people seeing us being functional in these roles, we educate also the public opinions, so we impact a lot the public health, the health of our societies, of our groups, and so on. And of course, we have a lot of practices in AAA, animal-assisted services, that we can refer to it. And also you will find a lot of materials in which we can see how to advocate with our dogs for the safe interactions with other humans and also with other animals. So if we go back in time, IAHIO, this leading global association that offers us a lot of standards and puts together valuable networks and clusters of people that are working together, was founded in 1992 with the main mission to promote respectful, evidence-based, responsible human and animal treatment, including the preparation of the animals, in this case dogs, because we are talking about dogs, during interventions and interactions with animals. Mikael, do you still hear me? Isn't it? I'm just checking from now and then.
Yes, it's working.
Everything's okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
thank
Can
you.
keep going.
Thank you. So they are concerned, we are, because you will see later that Magda is also part of this organization. So there are many other members and people that know the association, or they have been working with, or they are currently working with. So this mission is accomplished through research, education, and of course, collaboration within projects, due to conferences and many other events, exchange of opinions. Sometimes they are not always smooth, these opinions, but we have to be critical, when we see that probably from our point of view, based on our knowledge, that some animals are not being treated according to standards of well-being, positive well-being and welfare. Magda already mentioned some tools that help us to build the proper lenses to be able to offer these feedbacks and these critiques. So many of the members are involved in animal-assisted services, activities, treatments, education, and I already placed in the chat together with other colleagues from Poland and people that were giving some answers to the questions, where can we find announcements about conferences, webinars, workshops, but one of them is this IAHIO platform, but of course also the platform of your organization. And I really appreciate the efforts that you are putting through in organizing conferences like these. There are so many people online. And also I understood that the recording will be then available, and we can have it as an important resource. And here is our IAHIO conference in Romania in 2024. You can see Magda is in the front line and many other colleagues. So part of us that we are here were also in Romania. Among these people, we also have veterinarians. I am here in the middle of the University of Agricultural Sciences and veterinarians, and we have to keep strong collaboration with veterinarians when it comes to evaluate on regular basis the dogs that are to be included in animal-assisted services, or they are currently included, or when we decide, to stop including our animals in such types of interactions. So during this conference, and I'm hoping in the next ones, we also had in mind to include veterinarians. And here we are with this specific section of Ohio, which was actually renewed last year, where we have the Ohio regional representatives. I used to be for only 4 months a regional representative for Eastern and Central Europe, but because I moved to the section of board members while we were organizing the conference, I had the joy to propose to the board members to have Magda. And congratulations, Magda, for this position. I know you have already started to do an amazing work. And Magda is now the Eastern and Central Europe representatives. And there you see also the cat, Licho, who now, Magda, you see, he was wearing a cap.
A vampire suit, you know.
It's a vampire suit right after Magda returned from Romania. And, you know, we are well known, you know, to the world by a lot of legends and stories with vampires and so on. So their religion impersonates one of these characters, meaning Dracula. But I know Licho, he's not a vampire. Okay, so I will be referring to this paper, and I have to mention that although it, you know, it looks old, it was updated in 2018, this is a live document. And this paper will be updated this year, by the end of this year. Hopefully, by the time we'll have the new conference on August, in Ohio conference in August. However, the definitions and the principles that are guiding animal-assisted intervention services are more or less the same, okay? But terminology has been updated. I will be talking about that. And also there are currently working groups on standards on how to, you know, endorse, I mean, the principle that will be endorsed by Ohio regarding the preparation of dogs for AAS. This will be released soon. On Magda, maybe we can think, you know, as soon as the document is up there on the website to create a workshop, but we can talk about that, okay? So I have to mention this paper, this flyer actually, which is available to everyone regarding the terminology that has been updated. And why? Not necessarily because it's, you know, just to work something, you know, to add something to our work, but it was, you know, this need to have a common ground for people working in various countries, various organizations, having various regulation or no regulation regarding the animal-assisted services. And also, you know, why it is important to have such a common language. You can see here that animal-assisted services are being categorized in 3 main categories: animal-assisted treatment, which was used to be animal-assisted therapy. But now we know that, I will put, you know, a simple definition, which my students love it and they understand it very, very clear, you know. Therapy is what you need, okay? Many types of investigations and interventions and so on. Treatment is what you get within the therapeutic approach, okay? So actually animal-assisted treatment is much more clear and narrowed down on how do we, what do we need for our dogs, how we should prepare them, what to pay attention when we include our dogs in specific session, in a specific treatment within a larger therapeutic plan, okay? Then we have animal-assisted education. You see the definitions. I won't insist on that because you have access to this on the Ohio website, and you will have the record.
And I think we've lost Alina again. Something really wrong with the connection. I'll just call her.
I think it's the best time to ask questions and discuss with Magda or me. So if you have any questions, let us know. We will help you as much as we can. And we can see Alina Russo is getting the best, the best place, and probably we'll have Alina again.
Yeah, hopefully she'll join. I'm just answering the questions on the Q&A section. So I think that there is the best place to ask questions, because on the chat we have a lot of messages, and if you have clear question, please ask it in Q&A.
Magda, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you again.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what is happening. It's like a mystery. So you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's great that you are still,
I will
still
be
with
fast
us
then.
with your great ideas.
Okay,
Continue, please.
so sorry for these interruptions. I don't. So now let's move to why there is a need for guidelines and standards. You can see my slides, isn't it? I hope.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I already mentioned that, the need for this terminology was based on challenges that, such as cultural diversity, perceptions of animals, training availabilities, lack of resources, national regulation or the non-existence of this regulation, professionalization, which in some cases exists, in some cases it doesn't. And so therefore it was created this task force which established this responsibility to clarify and make recommendation on animal assisted services. And these terminologies are actually guidelines, okay? If you look at the paper in which they were published, you will find a lot of useful informations regarding also protocols that you can develop, and many other insightful and information with applied values. So we recommend, as IAHIO people, and Magda is also one of them, and I'm sure there are also other members here, that to have these definitions as much as possible adopted, implemented in theory, research, and practice. And of course, within this live document, we have the One Health and One Welfare approach. Now, I won't insist too much on that. It's just for us, it's like a golden model that we are following. And One Health, it's quite old in terms of definitions and has been coined like a long time ago. And it takes into account, again, cooperation, multidisciplinary approach to optimize human, animal, and environmental health based on similarities on disease, physiological processes of humans, emotional processes of humans and animals. And then the One Welfare approach integrates animal welfare, human welfare, physical and social environment, because when we interact with our dog, we are a small group of two beings that are exchanging information, and as a group, small group diet, we call it, we go further, to interact with other potential beneficiaries, but also with the environment. So, and here I'm strongly recommending this paper, Integrative Model of Human-Animal Interaction, a One Health, One Welfare systemic approach to the study of human-animal interaction that offers a lot of ideas on how to prevent risks in our interactions with beneficiaries and various settings and so on. So that approach should be employed not only when we are already in the sessions, but also when we are planning our interventions or our services. But also this One Health and Welfare approach, it is recommended actually to be taken into account in everyday based interactions with our animals. So we should be always like in an attentive state on the health, emotional expressions, the signs that our animals are showing to us, the way of communication, because as Magda said, this is the real, relationship that creates safe bonds, and they are the basis for collaboration with our animals and functional coexistence. So animal assisted services should be performed only with animals that are in a good health. Therefore, the collaboration with veterinarians, both physically and emotionally, and that depends a lot on us, the way that we are being trained, what specialists we have around us to ask for help whenever it is needed. Okay, don't be ashamed, afraid, feel guilty that something is happening to our animals and we don't know how to solve these problems or how to prevent these conditions to worsen. So it is mandatory from the perspective of Ohio task force that handlers must be familiar with the individual animals taking part in an intervention. Individual animals. So we go to the level of individuality. And we can go further, and here I will be presenting, well, how do we stay with the time? It's okay. We have these guidelines for human and animal well-being and animal-assisted interventions, animal-assisted services. And here I'm recommending to our students, and we have included in our curricula, before I am teaching the animal-assisted services class, the students go through animal cognition and consciousness class. It's a mandatory, it's a condition to have this class. I'm talking here about the master program in which I'm coordinating. But actually students are prepared, some of them even at the undergraduate level, in terms of knowing about animal welfare, behavior, animal psychology. And we have to take into account that when we talk about individuals participating in these sessions of animal-assisted services, that animals are living sentient beings with ability to express emotions, to feel them, to communicate discomfort with the conditions that we are able to understand them and read these messages properly and then respond to the situations accordingly to what we are being communicating from the animals. And also here we have these manifestos, Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness, which was written in 2012. You can Google it and you will find it. It's like one page, okay? Now, last year, that was in 2012. In 2024, we have the new declaration of the New York Declaration of Animal Consciousness. I also signed it. And basically the Declaration of Consciousness, although you might think that they are just theoretical papers, but they, especially the one in 2012, they produced a lot of changes in terms of reframing our attitudes, behavior, policies, practices in relation to animals. And I'm not only referring to dogs, cats, companion animals, but also to farm animals and many others. Now, so therefore, those people who are right here at the conference and they are performing education training, in the field of animal-assisted services are highly recommended to create awareness toward the existence of these two declarations of consciousness, meaning that animals do not need a very complicated neocortex to be able to feel and to step back when they feel danger. So when the interactional context is not being perceived as a safe one, so where there is no trust. That means that we are not allowed in any ways to objectify the animals, just to use them as tools in the processes of working together, including them in our work. So here we have, this statement that domesticated animals must be well socialized with humans, and there are some indications in the about the socialization, the age of the socialization has to be continuous. And now what we are doing, and I'm happy that Magda mentioned that the database that they are working on, Ohio came up with the idea that all the regional representatives should be involved in the process of selecting examples of good practices and the best practices in working with animals, with dogs. We will start with the dogs, then cats, and horses and so on, farm animals, in selecting these examples of trainings, activities, programs, and so on, that from their perspective are within the One Health, One Welfare approach. Okay, so we have to take into account, and Magda and many colleagues, they know that when you do an evaluation and you tell to the guardian, we are trying to avoid owners, to the guardian of the animals. Look, your dog is not suitable for AAS, but it can be a good pet. I know some people say these good pets, it's very, we should not use it, but I took the text from Ayahayo, so there is a meaning on putting this expression there, because many people say, but my animal is good, and why don't you offer him, the credits to be involved in animal-assisted services? And then it's our duty to explain the whole process, that a personality assessment offers indicators on how animals are able to self-regulate, to grow through various contexts in time, but also in diversity. Okay, so from my point of view, PADA is an amazing tool that should be endorsed by Ayahayo, and we'll be discussing about, and there are also discussions in terms of being used to in terms of being used as a valuable instrument for assessing the suitability of animals to be able to face various conditions that are implied by animal-assisted services. Of course, we can choose specific context to work with, but still, this careful evaluation of behavior and temperament, personality, is mandatory. So then we can move to, again, I'm moving toward the end of my presentation. I still have some information to offer. So again, I'm insisting on the presence of veterinarians in the process of preparing the dogs, training the dogs, and including the dogs. And I know all of you have these connections with veterinarians. And moreover, I personally know a lot of veterinarians. For example, here in Romania, I can give some examples, but probably they are around us. Veterinarians with knowledge of animal-assisted services. They themselves are trained in animal-assisted services. And some of them can be handlers, okay, that they can, when they have time, they join these processes. And it's even more important if we can look for these types. It's not mandatory, but we have to, inform properly the veterinarians that our dogs are ready to be included, or they are currently included in animal-assisted services. Because veterinarians, they have a very nicely put a list of indicators of welfare and well-being. And we also learn a lot from these checklists that they are offering to us. And the frequency of these checks, veterinarian checks, should be decided by the veterinarian, and we have to have a very coherent collaboration with the veterinarians that are involved in the life of our animals. And then, of course, I won't insist on that, but you can read a lot on measures to prevent zoonosis, because animals can be agents of various microorganisms and other diseases. But again, with proper care, these things can be prevented. So handlers and professionals should have received training and knowledge of the animal well-being needs. And this we are doing here, for example, at my university, by including knowledge about animal welfare, zoonotic risk management, and animal handling, and so on, before the students reach out to the animal-assisted services class. And this knowledge should include information on how to detect signs of discomfort and stress, and how to recognize them, how to communicate with the other people, depending on what models of intervention we are using, how to communicate that, look, now we have to stop this session, we have to stop this visit because my animal is showing signs of stress, without letting the beneficiaries to be in any ways, upset or offended by this decision. But we all know about these things quite a lot. So we should be able to understand the boundaries that are individual, specific, and we are talking about consent, and Magda already said that she offered that very beautiful impact model, and I think this model should be referred and included in this live paper. Magda, this white paper that will be soon updated. I think you as a regional
Yeah, we can work on this. It would be
you
great.
can do that. I think you can propose it, of course. So, and here we have some example that animal working, in this case dogs, and I took the picture from Ohio website and social media, should not be involved in exercises, that actions, movements that can jeopardize their safety. So some examples are here, and you already know because there are many practitioners here with us. Jumping suddenly or bending over animals, outfitting the animals with uncomfortable accessories just for the sake of having, some objectives targeted, or asking an animal to perform physically challenging or stressful tasks or tricks, because that can can create a lot of risks regarding that perceived safety of the animals, by the animals. And of course, it's our duty to supervise our dogs all the time in various settings. And I'm sure that all these aspects are discussed in details by each institution's entity that is offering these classes. And Magda already mentioned some valuable courses that are being offered by their organization in collaboration with also other institutions. So we have to make sure that these animals are not being teased. If we use this concept of teasing, we already assume that the animals might try to solve this problem in some ways. But first of all, it will show signs of stress. Examples of teasing are pulling the tail, the ears, sitting on the animal, scrolling under the animal, and so on. And this jeopardizes the whole connection that probably it's one based on trust and safety, and which we are trying by all our means to create it when we want to have fun with our dogs, isn't it? By offering the shiny fun of our interactions to others, to other people. Sparkles of our interactions are also offered to them in a responsible manner. So professionals who are responsible for this well-being of the animal must ensure that the animals, again, healthy, well-rested, comfortable, and cared for during and after the sessions. So here we all know, the pyramid of needs, and we have to be sure that always the animals is secured with not only with the basic needs, but also with the possibilities to choose not to be there or not to do some specific task. So this cared for implies not only water, food, and shelter, and the health, but also emotional safety. And here there is an indication that animals must not be overworked. We can discuss about that in the future dynamic of this white paper. That a session is indicated to be limited to 30-45 minutes, but we can stop it anytime, or we can shorten it whenever it is needed by using specific communication elements to explain what we are doing. Okay. So this is my, I would say, a contribution that I brought in to this white paper, which is accessible in many languages, including Romanian, Slovakian, Polish, Italian. You can find it on Ohio website. And we all know when we talk about welfare, there are many models. One which is very used is this 5 domains model of welfare. Why did I choose this one? Because it's very easy to relate it to animal-assisted services. So the first 4 domains you see in the picture, we have the nutrition needs, physical environment, the health, and then we have the domain 4, behavioral interaction. But when we talk about interactions, we refer to, in the case of dogs involved in AAS, to interaction with the environment. Where do we bring our dog? Okay, with other animals, if there are any. Okay, even if we take our dog from the safe comfort zone or from home, okay, that's also a type of interaction. And of course, interaction with humans. So the domain 4 covers what we are actually doing here. And it can impact the domain 5. You see that domain 5, the mental state experiences. How is animal perceiving what is going there, you know? Is there any meaning in these interactions? How do we create the abilities to have fun, as Magda said? And these mental state experiences, or how do we avoid trauma, emotional trauma on us and our animals? Because even if we are not offering self-care to us, to ourselves, we will, you know, if we are not paying attention to this aspect, that I am being tired, probably I am being in an emotional state, seeing a beneficiary, and I bring this, that is probably suffering, and I bring these emotions with me. Maybe I will, if I'm not able to cope with this and find, you know, solutions, how to regulate, to build up resilience, my animal will also suffer, okay? So we have also to take into account our own state of mental state, emotional state. Therefore, we recommend when we work with our dogs to be aware of some techniques, you know, to put in a functional state our emotions, how to do a bit of emotional regulation, okay, which translate into behavioral regulation, how to not, you know, set up too higher expectations and then get frustrated whether our dog is not doing what we are expected from they, and so on, okay? So don't forget that the overall welfare of the animal also depends a lot on our welfare, our quality of life, of our own mental state and experiences. And I'm moving here to this concept of enrichment, which you probably heard about it, and because we are talking about the domain of behavioral interactions, that fits into the enrichment. So environmental enrichment does not mean simply provide animals with objects to have fun, to chew on them, to play, you know, to find the food and keep them busy. But it reflects the ability to provide the animals, but also the people, with so-called agentic, with agency, ability to choose, to manifest themselves as individuals in the directions of having a good quality of life, and to be able to interact in a functional manner with the environment, other animals, and humans, okay? So that's the One Health, One Welfare approach reflected in how we design our session of animal-assisted services. How do we choose services? How do we choose a specific training approach for the dogs to be involved in AAS? Magda already mentioned, and this is also the Ohio approach, to have these positive reinforcement techniques or no harm principles, you know, do not put the animals in to go through training methods that force them to do things that are jeopardizing their mental and affective states. Okay, so always have in mind that what we do actually in animal-assisted services should be seen as opportunities for enrichment for humans and animals. So that brings us to the, and I'll soon be finished. Okay, I'm done. Sorry for all the interruptions. I didn't expect this, but yeah, this is happening, you know, sometimes. So we talk about perception of safety, because we cannot have fun with our animals in animal-assisted services. We cannot have fun, or our dogs cannot have fun when they go through training to be included in AAS without having the possibility to feel safe, to trust what is going on. Now, of course, unpredictable things can happen, like it happened today, you know, when my internet was down for twice. But we come back to our functional state. So that's resilience, and we feel the joy of being again connected with you, of being connected in this conference. So here we have to take into account that safety is not the perceived safety does not always mean for a dog what we think is safe. So always, even if we see and we think that we provided everything, in terms of having a trustful, environment for the dog. We always have to pay attention at the body language of the animal, what is happening, what emotions, affective states is manifesting through behavioral manifestations, because it might be that the perceived safety of us, the humans, is not the same with the perceived safety of the dogs. And here we have to have in mind, so this is a really beautiful paper that is accessible to everyone, written by LeConstant and Spitz in 2022, that integrative model of human-animal interaction. Anyone can read it. It's not complicated. You can skip those complicated scientific parts. That feeling safe is a central component of mental health, well-being, and post-traumatic growth. So if we provide with our dogs that feeling of safety in our beneficiaries, in us and in our dog, then this is the way that we can work within the one health, one welfare approach, and we can be in the direction of creating, the perception of meaningful, joyful, emotional, and social presence. And then having this safety assured, then we can benefit of a lot of, we can feel the benefits of the animal-assisted services, not only in our beneficiaries, but also on our dogs and in ourselves, such as, calmness, reduction of sadness, and feeling socially connected, and many others. So I also want to mention, because we are talking about standards, let me check the time, it's okay, I'll be in time, that I'm also presenting to our students. I used to work a lot in the Faculty of Psychology here in Cluj in Romania before I moved to this university on veterinary sciences and animal sciences. And that, but still, I'm recommending to look also for standards that are provided by, for example, the American Psychological Association, because they have a section for human-animal interaction, Division 17, which, comes a lot also from counseling psychology, but also from clinical social work. And you will find a lot of information, examples of programs, activities, group intervention, how to prepare the dogs or how to pay attention to the dogs that are involved in one-to-one interactions or group interactions. So please do not hesitate to have a look at this human-animal section of the American Psychological Association. And how to develop meaningful collaborations. Magda already mentioned, here are my happy colleagues in Cluj-Napoca in September 2024, and Christina Olsen is here, and Line, and it was an amazing time. You see Magda there in the middle, and Mikael, and some other colleagues of mine, Professor Dennis Turner. I think international camps, which are organized either under the umbrella of some projects, but also by association, are providing amazing interaction fields, exchange of experiences, critical thinking, offering of feedback on what to do, what should not to do in our interaction and preparing of the dogs for animal assisted services. In this case, we were talking about farm animals, but of course, dogs were also present there. And why is here I will just go quite fast, why it is important to keep the collaboration with practitioners. Here it's an example of what we did by involving our PhD students, for example, to work with NGOs from Romania, non-governmental organizations, but also international ones. So we perform together also with experts in sociology, in social network analysis. We use methods from other fields to observe the information that is being exchanged from the dogs to people and from individuals to the dogs. So we analyze these intricate networks of signals, social groups that are being formed during the sessions that we are doing in animal-assisted services. And also here again is an examples of working in NGOs from special education field. And this was the first dog that we worked with in 2000, I think it was 7 or 8. The dog is not alive anymore, but this is a tribute to him, to Astor. It was a known pedigree. We didn't have too much information about him, but it obviously is a Labrador. It looks like a Labrador. And he was involved in our research project on working with children with diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. And then we have to take into account also the attachment style that individuals have toward animals, expectations toward animals, beliefs, empathy, but also the ability, the tendency to anthropomorphize, to attribute to animals, human characters, human traits, because all these variables might impact the success of training programs and of dogs, but also the success of our interventions, our activities, treatments, and educational programs assisted by animals. And they are easy to use scales, questionnaires. You can collaborate, of course, with researchers. And that's, the beauty of having such an organization that is global, because you can access as organization of practitioners, you can also access researchers around the world. Like it's also the case of myself and Professor Adam Miklosi and Lina, who are here today. And I'm sure there are also other colleagues that are doing research in the field. And this is a quite recent paper that we did on looking in the literature in which dogs were included in group interventions for various in various therapeutical contexts. And the animal, we wanted to see how the dog's presence facilitate the activation of some therapeutic factors, such as universality, prosocial ability to express altruistic behaviors, to listen to the other's stories, and so on, to feel connected, and it's a really interesting, we found a lot of interesting results there. And this is really, I'm approaching, I have another 2 slides. Also, when we work with dogs, we are ambassadors, and we have to assume these roles that we are promoting compassion toward animals, and compassion is responsible compassion, because compassion, it is often defined as directed empathy, which has a cognitive component. How do we think about animals? How do we take decision? But also emotional. What do we feel about animals? How to perceive their emotions, and then able to feel sympathy and take actions to prevent any forms of animal cruelty, even during our sessions in the field of animal-assisted services. And here I'm offering, this picture of Dr. Jane Goodall, because she says that you cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. And we can do this with our dogs. And we are waiting for you. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the interruptions again. In August, we will have the 24th of August, we have the IAHIO conference in Amsterdam, Well-being for All, Innovations and Insights in Human-Animal Interactions. And that's greetings from my cat, Petruca. Thank you all again. Thank you, Magda, for the invitation.
Thank you, Alina, for your lecture. I think that we have all the questions covered, but if someone wants to ask a question live, there is a possibility now. You got also a message. I transferred it to you on the messenger because there was
There's
one
also
direct
a question
for
on
you.
the chat.
Okay, can you read it, Michał, because I cannot see it?
Let me check.
Yes, I also will try to enable participants who want to speak directly.
Yes, Joanna. I see.
Yes, we can see Joanna, but she's muted.
I will also try during the break to answer some of the questions. Is it okay,
must
Magda?
unmute yourself.
Joanna, if you can unmute yourself. Oh, I see. Is there
Magdalena Balczak also.
Yeah, okay.
Ja
Melanie
mam
has-
takie pytanie, trochę może
Yes,
bardziej kategorii naukowych. Czy, ponieważ ja prowadziłam badania jeszcze w tej kategorii AAI pomiędzy 2021 a 2023, więc jakby rozdział teoretyczny robiłam też o starą nomenklaturę, a teraz mam taką chęć trochę wydania tego i się zastanawiam pod kątem naukowym, czy wprowadzenie, że teraz obowiązuje nas nowa nomenklatura, natomiast badania jakby były robione w czasie obowiązywania tutaj tego AAT, czy musiałabym wszystko zmieniać, żeby to było faktycznie teraz takie zgodne?
Okay, so I don't know, is Bartek translating? Probably you didn't hear the translation, Alina, so
I
will...
use the translation options. Very nice to hear again the voice of our colleague.
Okay, so you had it, great.
I'm happy to hi to the translator. He was amazing last time, and it's like a friend to us. So Magdalena, excellent point. If you publish, you used the old terminology, no problem, because we are still using in an interchangeable manner. You can make a disclaimer in the beginning of your paper that you are aware of the new terminology and so on, okay? And you can, slowly switch to the new terminology, but it won't impact the reviews of the reviewers. Yeah, but it's a very nice.
Alina, can you
Yes?
please say what was the question in
Super,
English,
dziękuję
because we
bardzo.
didn't hear the translation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The question was Magda was concerned that sorry about that that she used in her former she used for the former terminology because she started to do research a long time ago, and whether she can publish it now, although might be in the questionnaires and so on. She used the old terminology, so I said it is not a problem because this is just has been recently proposed by IAHIO, so it is not a problem, Magdalena. Okay. And you can just write in the paper that you are aware of the change in terminology, and but
Yeah, there is a lot of research about animal-assisted intervention, and we have just to adjust it to new terminology.
So it is not a problem that you use therapy instead of treatment, okay? It's just write down that you are aware of the new terminology, and that's it. Okay, excellent. Yeah. The reason I will just, and then I know that it's time to take a break. Melanie, she wrote.
I can write one more question from the chat.
Okay, Mika.
Is any work being done in the field of welfare for AAI dogs to follow modern guidelines and establish the use of appropriate harness for attaching the leash as the standard practice instead of collars at harness the restrict movement? I assume that aversive equipment is generally prohibited as well.
Absolutely. So there are some studies, more or less, the most of them are reviews. And you can look, Melanie, in the systematic reviews that are being published, for example, in the inclusion of animals in relation to the welfare, to their well-being. And some of them are not that recent. I mean, they go back probably 3, 4, 5 years, but I'm sure new ones will appear. Okay, and within those systematic reviews, you will find specific information about these aspects.
In PADA protocol, we also ask handlers to use proper collar or harness, so they are not allowed to attend PADA when the dog has improper clothes, like this not pleasant collars or some things that are restricting movement. So it's also important. And on the courses, we also ask handlers to use as little leash as possible, and most of the dogs work off leashes just to make them more choices and decisions able to make.
And somebody is Dr. Claire Thomas Pino. Thank you, Claire. She just posted this a good paper to look in relation to this. And she says that the least inhibitive, functionally effective life model. Thank you, Claire. That's amazing. A new framework for ethical animal training practices. I will save it too.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Claire uploaded several useful links on the chat, so you can also look at those if you are looking for research in the field.
Yes, I know. Patrick says don't use terms aversive equipment, but this is the title. Okay, so actually it's written functionally effective model, functionally effective. Yeah, but I agree with Patrick's comment.
Okay, so now I
Okay.
think we have a break. We see each other in 1 hour, and that would be Adam Miklosi's lecture about personality, dogs cognition, and the PADA test, how we can use it to choose proper dogs for animal-assisted services. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I hope that we will see each other soon.
See you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Have a nice lunch break. Bye.
Yes, and you all can stay in the Zoom.
Hello.
Hello, Adam.
Hi.
Yeah, we will start in 7 minutes.
Okay.
It's nice to hear you.
Can I start sharing it or
Uh,
wait?
we will wait 5 minutes.
Okay.
If it's not a problem, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Thank you. Okay.
Michal, can you see the whole screen?
Yes, I see the whole presentation.
Okay, and you get a message, start my video. Should I do something?
No, I don't think so. Yes, to show yourself. Yeah, you should accept it.
Okay, that's just my
Oh,
screen.
now we can
Okay, the
see
camera,
you,
not the video.
and it will be now perfect if you will start the presentation mode. So we will see only the slides because now we see the whole PowerPoint window.
That's what I was asking. So you don't see
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, you just start the presentation and it should be fine.
yeah, but that's the problem that, so that
Yes, you should have at the bottom of the window. I don't see it, but you should have the presentation mode or in the.
And now when
or choose slideshow.
I know that. That's not the
Okay.
problem.
Okay. So maybe you will start. Maybe you will stop sharing the presentation, and
now you should.
Now it's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, just in the Zoom it's different, like in Teams. I have to first share it and then anyway, complicated.
Yeah, this is
okay. Now I am ready. So yeah.
Okay, I will check only with Bartek, our interpreter. Bartek, are you with us? Okay, Bartek is with us. So yes, welcome, Professor Miklosi. Magda, do you want to give a short introduction, or Professor should start?
I think that Professor can start because I think all of us know Professors and his work. So I'm really looking forward to this lecture about personality and how we can assess it and what we can actually benefit from the knowledge and research that are made in the field about dog personality, dog behavior, and how we can use it to make our field better. So thank you, Professor Miklosi, for agreeing on taking this lecture and sharing your knowledge with us.
Oh, thank you very much, Magda and Michael, for organizing this. So yes, I mean, it's easy. Just call me Adam for for short. But anyway, so welcome everybody for this lecture. As I was told, we have 1 hour, a little bit less, to talk about the scientific approach to personality. And I think what we can do in this short time is, and also what I was asked by the organizers, that really talk a little bit about the concept of personality in general. But at the beginning, actually, I will talk a little bit about this animal assisted work or service, that's now it's called, and also why there is this need for personality assessment in dogs specifically. And then I might show also some examples in relation to personality research and also in relation to PADA, depending on how much time we have. And I also know I should not speak too fast because we have translations, so I don't want to make the work of the translator too difficult and exhausting by the end. Okay, so basically, I was told that there are some changes in the nomenclature of this field. This means that there is now within this very broad subject of human-animal interaction, different names. And actually, that's interesting from our perspective because obviously we are specifically interested in one form of animal-human interaction, or in general, or within animal-assisted services. So that's actually where we try to use animals in order to help humans in various ways. But if we talk about animal assistant treatment, that used to be actually animal assistant therapy, then basically here it's very important to understand that this is a kind of professional work where the team the team that is offering the treatment has some specific goals to achieve. So that means that the patients or the subject of this treatment should achieve some changes, whether in mental health, whether in physical health, but that is like a treatment, like a medical treatment in the general sense. There are some steps to do, and also all the participants of this treatment are professionals. That means both the human and in some sense also of the dog. In this respect, animal-assisted treatment differs from animal-assisted education and also from support programs, where obviously the goals are different. In education, you have more like a educational goal, a cognitive goal. People or the participants have to understand something. On the other hand, the support programs are more generally like a socialization event without a specific target. So we are now looking at the animal assessment treatment as is our focus. We also should be clear about some definitions. So we would need for this treatment to be successful, actually a psychotherapist or a physiotherapist, depending on what kind of treatment we are offering. That means that are professional people who have the necessary background, they receive the necessary education, and also obviously when the dog is participating, they have also been educated about dogs and dog behavior, and the whole therapy or the treatment is involved in this. Then on the other side, which is actually more our focus today, is the dog, which used to be called therapy dog, but now it's actually not really sure what we should call this dog. I just had these question marks, maybe we could just call it an assistant dog. So obviously the dog is very much part of this toolkit that is used. You could actually think about like a medication in this case there, where the medication is also a result of some professional work. And here the dog is also in that sense, but because it's a living being, we have to take obviously in account that the dog has also his own rights for comfort and so on. So we have to also take this into account. And what is a third thing, what not everybody is really taking seriously, although everybody is probably familiar with this issue, is the working part. So basically what we mean by working is there is this objective definition that I actually found in some papers, where somebody is doing something that it's not really what he wants to do or might not want to do in that specific situation. This kind of work is very often arbitrary from his point of view, so it's not really important for his survival. What he's actually doing, he's doing it for finding some support indirectly for his or her survival. So this means that maybe work as a activity, we also know that people have to learn that. So for children, for young people, even for juveniles, they have been taught how to work, what really means working, which is not a trivial activity. Now you can imagine that working for an animal that are not at all used to that, it could be even more difficult to understand or participate. So in this action, so that's, we have to know that the dogs are not really bred for working. Yes, they do some activities that might be, and part of it might be enjoyable for them, but work is actually a little bit more like this. Now, however, the chance is there that there are some dogs, let's say around us in the population, who are better in this kind of working, and not just in work in general, but actually this work as an assistant dog in the animal assisted treatment faculty. So that's the problem I just want to shortly summarize for us. So the question really is how to choose, how we find those dogs, and obviously also their owners, their handlers, who might be suitable for this kind of activity, which is actually quite serious. Because really therapy or treatment is not really for fun, so nobody is doing it because they enjoys it. Maybe at the beginning there is something like this, yes, when we do it for the first 2, 3, 4 times, maybe everybody takes it as something interesting, but really doing it regularly with many patients or people who need that kind of treatment can be then very tiring. Maybe I could risk also sometimes boring, which also leads to exhaustion, both on the side of the handler and of the side of the dog. And this also means that we are getting exhausted, we are getting tired. I mean, by we, the handler and the dog, then the team needs a recovery period. So, and that we also have to take into account that yes, dogs are not for working 8 hours per day or even not 4 hours a day, specifically if they have that kind of specific task to carry out. So the welfare of the dog is central, and therefore we need to find those dogs who are the best in these situations. And for those dogs, we could assume that this kind of work represents less challenges in their life. Now, therefore, as I said before, we really have to find those dogs, and actually the whole research and the applied research on personality of the dogs is concerned with this kind of challenge. And maybe actually some of you had already experienced that when you are looking for a job and the company, you are responding to an advertisement of a company, they also let you fill out some questionnaires about your personality or questions that are somehow describing your personality, because the company knows they want people with a specific personality, specific attitude for that kind of job. So maybe we should a little bit think about this before we get into the question of personality, that if you look at actually the animals who are participating in this activity, there are mostly dogs. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a paper where there is a quantitative summary on the percentage of treatments carried out with different animals, but there is an estimation that maybe 80% of all animal-assisted therapy work is carried out by the help or with the contribution of dogs. So a few years ago, actually, I wrote a paper, and I can't resist to mention this because nobody seems to be interested in this aspect, that for me, when people talking about human-animal interaction, then really this is a too broad approach to this whole scenario, because okay, the human is one species, but what is animal? And when people using the word animal, I mean not professionals, but even sometimes professionals, they also think about very few species actually. So if I would ask, okay, now what about bees, or what about cockroaches, or what about sharks? Are there also animals? Yes, you would probably say yes, they're animals. But when you think about this human-animal interaction field, then you never think about those animals. Basically, what people are thinking about is not human-animal interaction, but rather human-companion-animal interaction, or what I was suggesting, partners. And so I would actually prefer to narrow down this AI definition to something which is relatively different. It might be complicated, but basically the word animal in this case refers to those companion animals who have evolved for a mutualistic relationship with people over the years. And more on the top of these animals are selected for a kind of social competence to live with humans after some processes we might call socialization and so on. And also they're not just selected and experienced like this, but they also practice these activities regularly, so they accept being touched, they like to communicate and collaborate with humans. And I think this is a very different and much narrower group of animals than what would be implied from this human-animal interaction definition. So if we narrow this down, this whole concept, then obviously the next question is now, why dogs? And And for us, in Budapest at least, very early we came up with this idea, what is also known in educational psychology. This is the concept of social competence. And social competence basically means that the subject has a specific set of behavior and cognitive skills that allows them to perform well in a social environment. And by social environment, I mean the human social environment specifically. So social competence is what when you have another partner, it could also be obviously a human partner, a dog partner. Actually, in principle, it could be any partner, but in practice, these are mainly dogs and some other domesticated animals who really are easygoing and interacting well with humans. And basically, you can also think about this, how Johnston was formulating that these animals, as I said, the dog is a principal example for this, have this ability to participate. So they are able to participate. They have all the means, the behavior, the preference to participate. They want to do that. So actually they enjoy in that sense to be the members of our group. And also, on the other hand, people, that's we, treat them or regard them as if they would like to cooperate. So basically, we are very inclusive towards them. We really want them to be part of our group. And if these three aspects are working together, then what is the result? Quite spontaneously, so without much training, very specific preparations, that we can carry out joint actions with them. We are co-acting with them. We have complementary actions with them, and so on. So basically, some sort of collaboration is developing on the basis of this interaction. Now, again, in this slide, you don't see any reference to an animal, and you could imagine that maybe if I would get a lion or a tiger, it would just work out like that. I probably would say, and probably you agree, that no, these are only specific animal species who are able to participate, who want to participate in the group activity, and also we regard them as being able to participate in that sense. So interestingly, what is the next question? What really we mean by social competence? This is as an umbrella approach. So, and a few years ago, we had a model. This is a descriptive model, which I call the 3D structure of the human social competence, and it has basically three factors or 3 dimensions, if you like, that are more or less independent from each other. We call them sociality, construction, and synchronization. So these are the three. And I showing here on the table a few examples for that. So for the sociality dimension, what we really see or think is the attachment, the ability to form an attachment relationship is one of the most important capacities, abilities on the side of the human and the dog, for example. So we can have a close relationship with the dog because both the human and the dog is able to have an attachment, wants to have an attachment, and regards the other as a potential partner for an attachment relationship. So this is what, for example, is one key component. Is the second key component, which would be actually also important from our perspective, is what we call the controlled aggression. That means that in case of dogs and humans, aggression can be both under control by training, by socialization. There are specific biological mechanisms for doing that, and they are more better controlled than in many other species. Synchronization is another important dimension of social competence. If you imagine a group where there are different possible activities, the group for the group it's very important that they synchronize the activities, not that everybody is doing something differently or different, but everybody is doing actually the same thing, or at least is trying to converge on the same thing. So that's what we call, for example, rule following, so that everybody is inclined, has a preference of following the rules of the group, or synchronize emotionally, for example, and so on. And the third dimension is what we call construction, where something is emerging from the interaction. So I could also say social construction. So, for example, executing a collaborative action, going for a hunt with the dog, or solving an agility course, or helping dogs when they're helping the disabled people and they solve a problem together. This is something where they are constructing something in that theoretical sense. So construction is the third aspect of social competence. So if an individual has the necessary level of sociality, socialization, and construction, then he or she is able to be a full member of a group and can support the group through his actions, and also the group can support him or her through the group action. And just to show you one example of this, I choose the example of empathic behavior. Again, not surprisingly, we have the dog. And there are many papers, this is quite a relatively older one, but there have been many papers showing that yes, dogs are able to show empathic behavior. That basically means that when the human is providing signals of a sad inner state, relatively passive and inner state, and also with a negative emotional content, then dogs are able to synchronizing to this. So basically what it means that whatever inner state the dog has, it might change as a reaction to the sadness of the person. And in this experiment, you can see that there were some owners and strangers who showed some sad emotions verbally and also on the face, and there were actually three states. So we have the crying, that was the real experimental state. We had also humming and talking, so they were the control conditions. And then the empathic behavior was measured in a kind of arbitrary points. Scores that the dog was given when they showed a specific different behavior. As you can see, going to the human, having a direct physical contact, looking into the face, and so on, maybe even licking the face of a human if possible. And then you can see that when the humans were crying or humming or talking, so in the case of the crying, the dogs showed more empathic behavior towards the human compared to the other two situations. So this is, for example, where typical family dogs show, or at least display, some evidence for being able to react empathically. Obviously, you can also see that there's a deviation, so not all dogs are, some may have a lower score, others may have a higher score. So there's probably a variation, but in general, as a population of dogs, they are able to empathize with the human. And basically this means that the group level, the inner states of the two individuals are becoming synchronized. And that's what is important for us, because then the group behaves in the same way. Okay, now just I don't talk about statistics and nothing, but what is important here to see that whenever you are measuring anything here now on the on the x-axis, so here at this horizontal line, basically you have low scores, average scores, and high scores. And that's, for example, we can use the previous example of being empathic, so the scores the dogs were getting. Now, what we also know for normal biological systems, that when you are now looking at the number of people in this case who are showing a specific score, then what we find generally that the most people are at average. Some are lower, have a lower score, and some others have higher scores. So this overall gives a curve with that kind of shape. And this means also that some people in this case are actually very empathic in that way, and others are just not empathic. And if you actually do the same measurements, probably we would have the same for the dogs as well. So this first of all shows two things. So one is that we have the whole population, and then within the population there's a variability. However, it also shows that this variability also means that average people or dogs are at large number, so there are many of them, and the extremes, we could also say there are extremes in some sense, are lower in number. Obviously, for our case, the question is whether we find these animals that are in some specific ways special. They have a high values in that respect. So, and this is also the first step towards measuring personality, because at least this shows evidence that there is a variation within a population of humans, but also within a population of dogs. So basically, what we are now doing is to find dogs that are suitable for therapy or treatment work. That's very important. We have to realize, and that's very important to understand, that only I wrote a very, but we can also say just small proportion of dog owners or handlers are, and also dogs, are suitable for the therapy work. So, because it's very often a problem that people who have a dog, they assume that, all dogs are just dogs and they love people, so they might be good for therapy. And we should make them aware that no, you should, in any respect, there are only a few animals, maybe 10 from 100, 20 from out of 100. So that kind of numbers who are really suitable for a specific work. And that's, also with people the case. So not everybody is good in maths, but only a small percentage, but who are not good in maths may be good in drawing or some other respect. But therapy work or treatment work is really, or assistant work in case of the dogs, it's really a special activity. Now the question for us, yes, how can we find those? And for this, we really need to understand a little bit more about personality as a general concept. And here on the top, you also can see the definition of personality, which is based on this very old observation that some features of adults, we're talking obviously of dogs, but it's true for any animal actually. The behavior of the individual is constant over time, and also similar across different situations. And we really have to think about it a little bit, but this is the basis of personality. And obviously, if you have your own understanding of personality, but basically when you are thinking about your friends, colleagues, family member, or even your dog, when you think about the dog's personality, and then also think about how or from where you got this insight that the dog has this or that type of personality, then you will also recognize or realize that, well, my observation is that, this dog behaved like this actually similarly over a long time. So this is why he's like a boy dog. And I also observed him in different situations where he was always bored. So that's why I might actually come to the conclusion that I have a bored dog compared to a fearful dog, and so on. Now, we can just jump over the issue of why we're measuring personality. But for us, actually, what is important, the last point, selecting individuals for a specific or different purpose. And probably everybody is now familiar with the concept of PADA. PADA is, or within PADA, there is this trend or the goal. One of the goals is, okay, selecting the good dog for this kind of work. I don't have too much time to talk about it, but I thought it should not be left out from a presentation like this, that scientifically speaking, personality and temperament are not the same, although they are interdependent. So basically, temperament is something that is innate, biological based, basically sort of predetermined by genetics and emerge very early in life. So a young dog, a puppy, a juvenile has a temperament because they are still changing, but they also overall, but they already show some aspects of the behavior that seem to be individual specific. For example, whether a young dog is more active or rather passive, whether it's impulsive or rather not so impulsive, and so forth. These are temperament traits. When we talk about personality, this is a bit more complex. Personality is developing over time. It's obviously based on temperament. So temperament and personality are in some sort of an association. But here, a lot of experience, a lot of learning, environmental influences are also playing a role. So personality develops over time. That's why we usually think that only adult dogs have a personality when they are mature, when also the hormonal aspects are more or less fixed. Obviously, when the dog reaches a sexual maturity, they are not typically adult dogs in terms of behavior, so it's difficult. It also depends on the breed, but usually a dog between 1 and 2 years old can be regarded as an adult dog, and from that point he or she also has a personality. So for example, openness, we will mention this later, is sort of a personality trait for a dog, which means being interested in different things that happen around him in his life. Okay, again, just very short, mentioning that there are two categories of two ways of measuring personality. Either type of categories, that means that we decide, okay, there's a category we can call A, B, C, whatever, and then we decide whether a dog belongs to this category or not. Here we talk about types. This was the earlier way of approaching personality. Modern science, more recently, we're looking at rather at personality traits. So we say that there are many types of personality traits around. And then we can say, okay, how typical that personality trait is for that dog or for another dog. This is a little bit different approach. I will show you in a minute what it really means. Because I don't have so much time, I just want to just very shortly say that Pavlov was one of the earliest scientists who tried to understand also or use the concept of personality in relation of dogs. You can also see that they have been working with many dogs in the experiments, and probably most of you don't know that Pavlov is famous actually not for working on dog personality, but rather on working on classical conditioning. But basically his observation, how the dogs reacted to this learning. So what was their performance in the test? Because that was also variable. Some dogs learned fast, some dogs learned slower, some dogs had a different reaction to the stimuli and so on. So then he came up with this kind of 4 categories. As I said, I don't really have time to go into the details, but you can later look up these categories based on the experiences from the training sessions. And Pavlov was actually talking about types of nervous systems. So he was not talking about the mind, but rather how he was assuming that the nervous system of these dogs was different, and therefore their behavior, their personality was also different. However, for us, it's more important to look for the personality trait model because, as I said, PADA is also using this approach. And here the basic is obviously that we have to understand what is behavior, and also that we have to have methods to measure it. That's actually very critical, because people just think, okay, yes, I'm watching my dog and I know what he's doing, but actually, in this case, you really want to measure the behavior in a very precise way. You have to make, and this is a complicated procedure, because behavior is a continuous event, if you like. So when a dog is born until he's dying, and also the true for everybody, then it's always behaving, always doing something. So we have to categorize this, we have to classify that, we have to define specific aspects of the behaviors by observing the dogs, observing the behavior in specific situation. We have to name that, we have to describe it, and this tool set can be then used for actually defining specific behaviors for specific dogs. So this is the classical ethological approach. Again, I don't want to go into details here. For just for a little bit of a change, you have here rats rather than dogs, and here you can see these kind of behavior units which are specifically defined. So this is the walking rat, this is a climbing rat, and then you have a specific definition what it means when the rat is climbing. You have to talk about the body configuration, the spatial relationship of the animal body in regard to the environment, and so on. And this is what we call an ethogram. When we have an ethogram, this means that we have a very detailed description for all behaviors that the specific animal, in our case, is not the rat, but rather the dog, actually shows. Now, okay, so when we are able to measure behavior, that's good. Now, just for that you understand the concept of personality, I have this example as a hypothetical example. So let's say we are interested in this problem of being bored or not bored. Okay, everybody understands what I mean by boredness. So maybe we don't need too much explanation. However, how can we measure that? Because we want to have an objective measurement of boredness. Now, you can think about it, and let's assume that maybe exploration, how much an animal, a dog, spends with exploring a new place, exploring a new object, exploring a new human, whatever. This is something which is related to boredness, because bolder animals are explored more than not so bored animals, or maybe fearful animals. And just on your subjective experience, you are sort of believing in this hypothesis. Now, another situation, and this would be one situation in the life. Then we have another situation. For example, let's say that what happens if a stranger, and actually a nice stranger, approaches the dog. And we can again assume that, let's say, if we talk in terms of boredness, it means that a bolder dog might actually approach this stranger faster, earlier, spend more time interacting with the stranger, doesn't really matter. And the not so bored animal might actually not doing this. They might not actually be fearful, so they might not avoid the strangers, but they were not so interested in going towards the stranger. So if you now remember, in both situations, I was using this hypothesis that this behavior is connected to boredness. So logically, it follows from this that we assume that an individual dog who is bored should explore more and should approach faster a stranger because he's bored. Now, this is obviously a hypothesis, so we have to test it. So we can carry out an experiment on exploration, and another experiment on the same dog on approaching strangers. We can have a measurement here that is now shown here. Here we measure the time, how much the dog is spending with the environment, looking around and searching for things. Here is the latency, how fast the dog is going towards the stranger. So this is fast here, and that's very slow. So here the scale is different. So these are the small numbers here, the larger numbers here. Or we can just take the reverse value. And obviously this would be that this dog is spending a lot of time in the environment, and also he's approaching the strangers very fast. in short time. So we could assume that based on our hypothesis, this is a bold dog. And maybe these are also bolder dogs. And here are those dogs who are not so bold at all, because they are not interested in the environment and also are not approaching the strangers. So this kind of points, this is what we're expecting. We can also sometimes draw a line on that, or having just a statistical measure. And if that kind of measure emerges based on these two experiments, and you can think about, we can carry out more experiments with the same dogs. So we have this kind of associations, then actually we have now some evidence for this concept of boldness. So it's some sort of a reverse thinking. So first we have the concept, and then we try to support these by observations. Sometimes our observation actually not supporting the idea, so we then cannot go ahead. But in this case, we are lucky, let's speak it this, and we can now show this, that yes, boldness is a good measure, because we can now find dogs who are bolder versus those dogs who are not bolder, just measuring their tendency of exploring and their tendency of approaching a stranger. And if you understand this very simple example, then now you're understanding also the basic assumptions of personality. And then boldness based on the behavior traits becomes a person trait, because now it's not based on a single behavior like exploration or approaching stranger or avoiding something or not avoiding something, but rather it's a composite trait. That's why we call it as a personality trait, where we are combining different kinds of behaviors. So here's another example. When we talk about fearfulness or fearful animals, then we have many behaviors that this fearful animal can show. And when he shows all these behaviors in different situations where there's a potential that they are actually fearing that stimulus, then we can talk about fearfulness as a personality trait, which is a combined outcome of many different types of behaviors shown in many different type of contexts. Well, okay. Now, how we actually do these kind of measurements, because this is only the one part. The second part, what is very important, that whatever personality trait we have identified, we also have to show that this is they are stable. Because if you remember, we know that that was the assumption that personality traits should be stable over time. So actually what we are doing is here, we are, first of all, we are executing a series of tests. So this would be like the exploration test. This would be the approaching stranger test. Then we had an exploration test, let's say inside the laboratory, that would be outside in the field. So all the three tests are carried out. And then we establish that the dog gets a specific scores for boldness. And then after some time, weeks or months or years, we do the same test or a very similar test. And hopefully, that's the hypothesis, that the same dog would behave in a similar way at the second time. So, and if this is the case, then we can say that, well, the boldness trait, what we are measuring, is actually stable over time, not just within the context is the same, but it's also stable over time. So basically, this is a true personality trait, then we can now really rely on. Why is it important? It's very important because when we're selecting dogs based on a personality trait, we have to be sure that this dog that we have chosen will stay the same over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, especially when we want to work with this dog in, let's say, in this animal-assisted treatment work. That would require, because if the dog is changing his personality trait after 2, 3 months or even a year, then obviously we have to stop working if he's not good enough. So we have to assure not just only that it has some measurable traits, complex traits, but also that these traits are stable over a longer time, which is basically the definition of personality. Again, I have to skip this. It's just for you to, as an information, that there are many different measures of personality traits. So depending on the model, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't really matter, measures. Now, the next important test is that, yes, it's actually very good when we are measuring something, but we can't just spend all our life with measuring. So we have to be specific. We have to find out what we want to measure, what are the important person traits for the dog, and also then design a specific test series, which we call a test battery, that can be carried out. Then what we have to do is obviously to test the dogs, as many as possible, to find out whether this is really working. This is usually actually, the testing is done within a day. It takes a few hours to actually that for the dog to pass all the individual tests. And then we have to code the behavior. We have to describe it, as I mentioned, in an objective way. That's very important. This is also done live, so when the dog is doing the test, but it's usually we also record the behavior of the dogs, and then something can be then coded by watching the videos, which is actually time consuming and very tiring. And then we have to do some sort of mathematical statistical calculations for finding out the scores. And then we decide, I mean, the group can decide, okay, which dogs are good for this kind of specific work and which dogs are, let's say, not so good. Originally, my plan was to talk a little bit about a very popular assessment test done in Sweden for working dogs. So dogs who are selected by the Swedish Kennel Club to be the parents of the next generations, so they could be breeding from. And you can see from this figure, and I can show you that this is a very long test. It starts here, and there are many activities, and this is also a test battery, so it's actually a series of tests. The numbers indicate which test is carried out first, second, third, and so on and so forth. So unfortunately, we won't have the time to go through that, because I'm more interested in a little bit introducing you to the PADA test method, which is the logic is actually based on any personality test that is the same. So I'm just skipping this. Okay, so here what I said is that what is very important, and also it took us a lot of time to come up with those aspects of the PADA method, what personality traits are important, because just like a human, dogs also have many personality traits, and we can't measure all of them. Second is some might be not relevant to our problem here. So how good are dogs in solving physical problems, for example, that's not really a very important aspect for being a treatment dog or a therapy dog or an assistant dog. So basically, together with some experts, with Magda's group and many others, we came up with this kind of a list of personality traits. Some are like classical ones. So, for example, fearfulness, boldness, sociability, aggression, activity, and also something which we call responsiveness to training or obedience, which might be also important because this situation, this kind of work requires also a lot of arbitrary behavior from the dog that has to be trained. So the question is, okay, how fast are dogs learning this kind of tasks, which are not really natural for them, but for this specific activity, we need this. So when we have now a concept of these traits, these personality traits, then we can come up with some sort of a test battery. And as you can see, and it's also in the PADA book, you can also read about that quite a lot, is that these are the tests now that we sort of found interesting. This again is a result of long discussions. Okay, what are those tests who are the best to carry out? And even during this work, we had many pilot observations and we collected some experience to come up with a final list of these tests. And I think that's what also a lot of people are sort of neglecting and don't really realize how difficult it is to come up with a test battery. And once we are there, I think it's always better to use a not perfect test battery for longer time, let's say 5-10 years, and maybe making small changes after, let's see, at least 5 years, rather than changing all the time the test battery, and you never know what you are actually testing. So here is a list of how to choose test, but I would advise you not to come up with your own test. Even if you think that the PADA test is not perfect, I must say you, neither of the tests are perfect anywhere in the world. There's no perfect personality test, because the personality test always is restricted and is always measuring only an aspect of the behavior. But so what you have to ask yourself is, okay, these are the situations where we want to measure, where we think that the dogs can show something that is important for us. It's very important, the standardization, that each dog should be exposed to the same situations. It's also important when you are choosing a test that it should be simple, in my opinion. So if you think that, okay, this test is becoming too complex, too difficult to carry out, there's too much variation, that I would actually not really use that. Then another practically important thing is that how many helpers you need. Okay, you can think, well, why don't we do a crowding test where there are many people are standing around the dog? It's a good idea, but have you think about how difficult it is actually to get more people together at the same location at the same time to offer this kind of testing possibility? And obviously, it's also important that you don't expose the dogs to very extreme situations, because we should also be concerned about the welfare of the dog, and not to mention the last is the money. Everything costs money. So if you are testing a dog for 2-3 days, it might cost a lot of money, which is not really affordable, for example, in many situations. And on the other hand, it's what is important when you are thinking about is how you evaluate it. So you have to standardize the evaluation. You have to have people who are prepared to do it. They have a practice to do that. So they have been trained to execute the test and also then to look at the test. They also have to be able to standardize, so they have to have a concept of how to evaluate it that is not changing over time. And the question is, and which we have to really to think about, is that whether we want to prepare the dog or allow the dog to be prepared for the test, or rather not. Yes, and I think what I would like to do is just to show the short definition for those personality traits that we finally collected for the dogs. So basically, the social ability towards another dog, it's very important for that are under control, and we know that dogs are not aggressive towards other dogs, because that also can lead to problems. Although in the treatment work, the dogs are rarely interacting with other dogs. I mentioned already this openness for training, or what we call obedience. So how obedient can be dogs? How good is the dog to carry out arbitrary tasks? The environment, how sensitive are the dogs to different novel stimuli and sudden stimuli, including noises and other strange things that might happen in this case. Obviously, sociality towards humans is very important to find out, and because there could be also a lot of issues that are problematic, and the dog should not react or behave very passively. And obviously, stress and aggressions are another aspect of the dog behavior. that we have to check before we allow the dog to be trained or prepared for being an assistant dog in this case. And I just took two examples from the PADA book, which is quite long and much people should study it in detail. So for example, here is one test, actually I think one of the first tests where we're checking for the reaction of the subject dogs to another dog, basically when you have two people passing by each other, having the dogs on leash. Again, it looks interesting or simple, but you have to think about, okay, what should be the other dog look like, or how should the other dog behave? Should it be the same sex, a different sex, neutered, not neutered, bigger, smaller? So there are many other aspects actually that are even in in such a easy test, it should be taken into account. And when you are recording the dog behavior in this test, then you have a specific set of behaviors that you have to look at. So how the dog is, this is the description, how the dog reacts to another dog, whether the dog is growing to the other dog and or giving any other type of vocalizations. And then there is a described scoring system for giving scores for that behavior, whether it occurred or didn't occur. And these scores will be calculated or added together for the personality trait that is the dog socialization or social behavior towards other dogs personality trait. And this be part of the evaluation for this dog. And just to have another example, for example, dog approaches a human when called. You can see this is a quite relaxed situation. People are talking here, and then and not the owner, another person is calling the dog who is wandering around in that time in the room. And again, a very short observation, the role, so the behavior of the human is also standardized to some extent. And again, when you are observing the videos, then you can see here that there are specific aspects of the behavior of the dog that you have to evaluate. So for example, here is we have to calculate how many signals the caller had to produce in order to get the dog going close. This number will be, the score will be associated with the obedience of a dog. Then you also measure the caller, whether the dog is actually going, how close he's going to the human, so whether it gets a 30 centimeter closer or not, and we measure the latency for that. So again, this score will be calculated in the human socialization personality trait. And if the dog is, for example, growing in this situation, which might also occur, then this will be calculated in the aggression personality trait. So, and as if you look at the book, you will see that there are many exercises or subtests in that battery. And there's also a table at the end that specifies what behaviors are calculated in connection with what personality trait. So, as a summary, I think I hopefully could give you a little introduction into the personality testing of behavior based of dogs, based on the individual differences, but also stability over time. And also, I probably try to convince you that yes, therapy or assistance dog have to be selected on personality, and for that, I showed some examples based on PADA testing that how this could be used, and again, how the best and most suitable dogs can be selected from a large population. Obviously, these dogs are also undergo further training, but at least you can be sure or surer or more sure that you have a population from that most dogs would actually graduate as assistant dogs later on. And what is again important to know that you should be trained for carrying out the test, following the protocol, evaluating is this, and only if you are doing this in a professional way, then you can achieve a good result. So here's some information about the PADA. You can also see here the website and also a QR code for taking a picture, and then this lets you, I hope, directly to the website. And well, thank you very much for the attention and the listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam, for this great lecture. It was a pleasure to listen to you. I hope you found it, I mean, people who are listening, you found it interesting. And we have, I think there was a question, but the question was regarding what kind of dogs should be used in this kind of work. But I'm not sure, was it, I cannot find this question, sorry. To
No,
read
but
it
the
for
answer
you.
is there are no, so there are no, obviously some aspects of the dogs might be important, that they're not very small, maybe they're not very big, so that kind of practical question, practical things, but on general, in principle, all dogs are suitable, as I said, as a population, but in general or in typically, this is the PADA test actually doing, selecting those dogs who are the best, because you always want to work with those dogs who enjoy working and they have a good welfare during the work. So that's not depending on any breed in principle, but obviously some breeds have been probably selected for being in general more suitable for this kind of close social interaction with people.
Okay. Now I see the question. It was the question about professional training that must the dog have completed before starting the therapy work, and another question about professional qualification of the handler trainer with this working dog. It's not connected with the PADA, it's mostly connected with the professional training. So I don't know, do you want to cover this questions?
I'm not sure, but so obviously, yes. I mean, if you want to be successful with any dogs, also the owners have to get some training. So I think whether it's how professional it is, it depends on the system. So, but I think for being a handler in this case, it also needs some training because the handler is an important participant of the interaction, and usually the dogs are working with the handler and the therapist together. So I assume that there is a training also for the handler important.
We have another question about what's the percentage of dogs that are passing the PADA exam?
Magdalena, I have no idea. You should say
that.
that.
I can refer to that
Yeah.
because it's around 20 up to 30%. It's something like this. So it's not many actually, but we are really looking for dogs who are safe and secure around people and in other environments. And as Adam mentioned, we're really looking for this small group who will be good working dogs, not for the companion dogs or family dogs. So that's why the percentage is not so high.
Yes, because people often have this misunderstanding that when their dogs are okay in a family situation, in a familiar situation, and in a family, that they must be good also as an assistant dog. But actually, that's not the case, because in the assistant scenarios, it's not everything is familiar, and that's why we're looking for dogs that are resisting also unfamiliar and strange situations. And that 20-30%, actually, that's what I would also said. I think it's actually a good number. So people should be prepared that that means every fifth dog is suitable for this work. And maybe there's also some who drop out later when you are starting the training and so on. So at the end, it's probably closer to 20% of all the dogs who are actually working there.
And there is also a question about how we can, or should we prepare the dog to pass the PADA test?
Yeah, I mean, these tests have usually two aspects. So obviously you can prepare the dog for the PADA test. There are, especially the obedience can be, and probably people also train it, because it's important that when they are tested, they are adult dogs. So, and if you have never never trained a dog or never socialized a dog, then that might not perform at all. So that's why I think that is always part of this, that yes, they are prepared to some extent, but we have also some tests and some arrangements for which the dogs, in our experience, cannot be really prepared. And that's where we're looking that, and these are also important, I think.
Yeah, and then I think that what's important that you cannot prepare the dog to pass the PADA test, but you can socialize it in general and prepare it for life and work, and then it will maybe pass PADA if the personality is correct. But the preparation is not about preparing the dog for those tests that are written in the manuscript. Yeah, you cannot do it actually, because even if the dog is familiar with, for example, wheelchair, probably in the test it will not be the same behavior. If the dog is afraid in general, probably it will be afraid in this particular test.
Yes.
Yeah, there is some more questions. I'm trying. Yeah, there was a question about different breeds, but I think you covered that. That it's we don't have the statistics about what is the most brave breed or the most social, but now I think Antonina from Ukraine, she will be our panelist in the afternoon. She made some measurements and she found out that flat-coated retrievers are quite good in those tests, but we are not having the full data. So it's hard to say that it's, yeah, it's very hard to say which breed is the best. So we are still collecting data and doing the research with the PADA in different countries.
And also mixed breeds could be actually also good. So it doesn't mean that we should only use poor breed dogs, but
yeah, we also have mixed breeds who are passing those tests. So it's not a rule that you have to have poor breed.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one more question about if you try to pass PADA and you fail it, for example, can you try again?
Well, I mean, you always can try again, but I think I don't know whether there's a chance to pass it later. So probably I don't know the results. Whether actually it would be interesting to see whether something. I mean, it may be that some dogs are changing during this time. Their personality is changing to the good direction, but I don't think that they will be, or maybe let's say that they're just not passing it, so there's a little difference compared to the level of X, then they might get another chance, but I don't know what is the practice.
We actually have this experience that if we have very young dogs, I mean that just are over 2 years, and sometimes they are not so well performing during the test. When they're a bit older, like 3 years of age, for example, they can pass it. But it's also about being mature enough to work or to perform some behaviors. So that's mostly the case, that if the dog was very young and failed the test, then it can try again. But if we are talking about 5, 6 years old dogs who are failing, probably there will be no such big differences in behaviors in 1 year, for example.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And if you are interested in looking or learning more about PADA, we've shared some links on the chat, and Adam also shared it in his presentation. So feel free to sign up for the mailing list, and we will send some extra documents about it, and you can learn more. So thank you, Adam, for your time and for the lecture. And now we are jumping into Line Sandstedt lecture about the training. So thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
Welcome, Line Sandstedt from Norway. Line will be talking about global perspective of dog training. I'm really looking forward your insights and thoughts about it. And yeah, that would be fun to listen about what we can do with the dogs. Michał, can you confirm, is it my internet or Line's?
No, I see also that Line frozen, so we need to wait a little bit for her.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But
I will try and
now it's
to a better place. Just fixing myself. Wait 2 seconds or 3.
Yeah, you can
show us. You have a sightseeing in my house.
Yes.
Also. So I'll try here. It's better connection.
Yeah.
Hello, now you hear me?
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Fine. Then I will try to share my screen. It's always fun to try. Michael,
Yes.
I cannot share the sound. Is it not?
No, without the sound.
No. Okay. Yeah.
But you should be able to share the presentation easily.
Yeah, I will do it without the sound then. Sound. Do you see it now?
Yes, we
You see
can
it?
see everything is perfect.
Perfect. Then I can just start. Yes, as Magda said, my name is Line Sandstedt, and I am the head of Dyrebar Omsorg in Norway. I just had to do something about this. Where to put it? 2 seconds, and I will be. Have some.
Yeah, we can
things
see
in
the
my
logo
way.
in the right or left corner.
Yeah,
It
it's just
depends on
me
the
who have a
perspective.
problem. There. No, I didn't do that. Do you still see? Oh, no, everything went away. I'm very sorry.
We can see the screen actually and
Yeah,
hear you
but
quite
I cannot
well.
see this. I cannot see the screen. No, I can see the screen. So now it's a little bit better. There. Yes. I would like to thank Animal for People for inviting me to this great event. And still, after all these years, Magda, I'm not able to pronounce this Polish version of the name. But maybe one day I will be able to do that. Today
I will do it for you. It's Stowarzyszenie Zwierzęta Ludziom.
Yeah, maybe I will not be able to do it one day, but I will try. Today I'm here to talk about the impact of diverse training methods and cultural approaches in animal-assisted services. I will also talk about how international camps contribute to better trained dogs and more skilled handlers. If you have any questions or comments during the lecture, you can write them in the chat, or you can write them in the Q&A section, and we will address them at the end of this talk. After the talk, you're also free to ask questions live. When I was preparing this lecture, I asked AI if they could make a picture of the content in this lecture, and this is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey in life, the influence of culture in interaction with animals, culture differences in AAS services, training dogs for AAS, and exchanging knowledge across borders. And at the end of the speak, I'm going to talk about something that I really love being a part of, and that's the international training camps. Born in the late 1960s, so I'm getting quite old. I'm born in Norway, and I entered a world governed by rigid schedules. Babies were fed every 3 hours, naps followed strict timetables, and independence was instilled from early age. Fast forward to the year 2000, when I became a parent, and the landscape had transformed. Babies were fed on demand, slept according to their own rhythm, and thrived on closeness and affection. This profound shift in childcare and philosophy, rooted in a deeper understanding of infant needs, reflects a broader social evolution. The Norwegian school system has undergone a similar transformation, where inclusion and social skills are now valued alongside academic achievements. At the same time, our relationship with animals has evolved. Norway's stringent animal welfare laws recognize not only the physical well-being of animals, but also their emotional needs, shaping the way we live and interact with them. These changes have profoundly influenced my worldview, shaping how I engage with both people and animals. I believe in positive dog training, fostering an environment where both dogs and humans feel secure, appreciated, and happy. This approach extends beyond training, informing all my interactions. For me, kindness, empathy, and respect are the pillars of all meaningful relationships. My journey is a statement on how evolving knowledge and shifting values reshape the way we nurture, educate, and connect, whether in raising children, teaching students, or training our canine companions. Adapting to new understanding isn't just necessary, it's what drives us forward. The profound bond between humans and dogs extends geographical boundaries. Yet, the methods we employ to train and interact with them are as diverse as the cultures that shapes us. Dog training, far from being a mere technical exercise, serves as a mirror reflecting deeply integrated cultural values, traditions, and social perspectives on animals. The variation we observe across the globe reveal not only our history and lifestyle, but also our fundamental beliefs about our relationship with animals. Animal welfare is a concept closely tied to local values and social conditions, and what is considered good animal welfare can vary significantly across borders and cultures. This underscores the importance of understanding the cultural and social context when working with animal welfare on a global scale. Often the dynamic of human interaction are mirrored in our treatment of dogs. In societies that emphasize hierarchy and respect for authority, where discipline and obedience are central to education, dog training tends to lean towards dominant-based methods. While this approach can be effective in achieving immediate compliance, it may sometimes come at the expense of the dog's emotional well-being, potentially leading to anxiety, fear, or aggression. Conversely, a growing emphasis on positive reinforcement rooted in more empathic values prioritize the dog's mental health and fostering a stronger and more trusting relationship. In many modernized societies, positive reinforcement has gained widespread acceptance. This method, which rewards desired behaviors rather than punishing mistakes, reflects a broader cultural perspective that view dogs as cherished companions and family members rather than solely as working animals. In contrast, within communities where traditional practices remain prevalent, training methods often focus on dominance and obedience. In these settings, dogs are primarily valued for their functional roles, such as guarding property or assisting with livestock. And training is approached with practicality and efficiency in mind. Cultures that emphasize social harmony and mutual respect often prioritize well-mannered behavior in dogs. Owners in these societies tend to place great importance on socialization and obedience, particularly in densely populated environments where dogs must coexist peacefully with others. Meanwhile, in regions with strong animal welfare protections, science-based positive dog training methods are widely adopted. These areas often enforce strict regulations against aversive training tools, reflecting a broader social commitment to animal rights and ethical treatment. Understanding these cultural nuances in dog training is not merely an academic exercise. It is crucial for fostering harmonious relationships between humans and their canine companions across diverse cultural landscapes. By recognizing these differences, trainers can adopt more adaptable and respectful methodologies, ensuring that training aligns with the values and expectations of the dog owners worldwide. The integration of animal-assisted services in healthcare and education settings varies significantly, influenced by different cultural attitudes, social values, and regulatory framework. In areas where animal welfare laws are well established and pet ownership is common, AAS programs often involve direct interaction, such as petting or the dog's presence during therapy and educational sessions. These programs keep clients actively engaged while strictly upholding hygiene and safety standards. In contrast, in contexts where cultural perspectives on animals and regulations regarding animal interactions may be more restrictive, AAS programs, if present, tend to involve more controlled forms for engagement. These interactions may focus on indirect contact, such as observation and supervised sessions. where the animal's presence provides therapeutic benefits without direct physical touch. This approach ensures sensitivity to local culture, values, and compliance with relevant regulations. Diverse cultural backgrounds significantly influence perception of animals, affecting the implementation of AAS. For example, certain cultures may have reservation about direct contact with specific animals, leading to adoption in AAS practices. Religious doctrines can also shape attitudes towards animals, influencing the suitability of certain species in the AAS setting. Understanding these cultural differences is key to design effective AAS programs. Training methods must be flexible, allowing AAS dogs to work in both high contact and low contact environments. Ethical considerations should be universal, ensuring that dogs working in AAS are not overworked or placed in distress situations, and that positive training methods are implemented regardless of cultural expectations. In our work with animal-assisted services, positive training is not just a preference, it's a necessity. Our dogs are required to form positive relationship with a diverse range of individuals, often in sensitive and challenging environments. Positive reinforcement creates a foundation of trust and safety, ensuring our dogs are emotionally well-adjusted and reliable. By focusing on reward-desired behaviors, we foster predictability or predictable responses and promote the generalization of positive interaction with all people. This approach aligns with our ethical commitment to the well-being of our dogs and enables them to provide consistent, compassionate support to those in need. Future research and cultural education will continue to shape the integration of AAS dogs into diverse societies, refining best practices that balance cultural expectations with animal welfare. By fostering a deeper understanding of these cultural nuances, trainers, handlers, teachers, and healthcare professionals can develop more effective and respectful programs that maximize the benefits for both human and animals, fostering a truly symbiotic relationship. And then we will look a little bit on training dogs for animal-assisted services. Successfully training for dogs for AAS requires more than just an understanding of canine communication and learning theory. It also demands knowledge of human behavior, learning strategy, and ethical considerations. Bringing a dog to a therapeutic or educational environment where it interacts with clients in sensitive and often challenging situations requires a unique set of skills. It demands experience, empathy, and the ability to read both human and dog behavior accurately. Using ethical training methods helps prevent anxiety, stress, and behavioral problems, leading to a well-adjusted and confident working dog. Additionally, ethical training respects the individuality of each dog, acknowledging their unique temperament and learning pace. AAS training goes beyond simple obedience, prioritizing the development of a deep bond of trust and mutual respect. This relationship is crucial in ensuring that the dog is emotionally well-adjusted, reliable, and able to perform its role effectively, whether it's providing comfort, companionship, or support in difficult moments. Important factors training dogs for AAS. AAS training goes beyond basic obedience. Handlers must understand canine behavior, ensuring the dog's mental and physical well-being, while preparing them for complex therapeutic and educational interactions. As AAS evolves, handlers must stay updated on the latest training methods and ethical standards to provide the highest quality of care. Handlers have a duty to treat animals with compassion, carefully read their body language, and respond accordingly, and using positive training methods to support their emotional well-being and foster a balanced working relationship. Treating our four-legged colleagues with kindness also reflects how we treat others and influence how we are perceived by those around us, also clients. As the demand for AAS service grows, training methods must remain flexible, culturally aware, and ethically sound. The ongoing development of handler skills and knowledge is key to providing effective and compassionate support, ensuring the highest standards of care for both the dogs and the individuals they help, or we help. Because the dog doesn't help clients on its own, it's always us as humans and the dogs that are making magic. In this section, I will talk about exchanging knowledge across borders. In 2014, I think it was, the Polish organization Animals for People initiated contact with Dyrebar Omsorg in Norway, seeking collaboration to exchange best practices. Following our initial meeting in Norway, we began a long and fruitful partnership. In the same year, Norwegian instructors attended a practical training camp in Poland for the first time, signaling the beginning of a long-term collaboration. 2 years later, we secured funding through the Erasmus Plus project, Therapy Dog Training European Standards, which focused on defining essential training guidelines for AAS support, animal-assisted support programs. This project brought together participants from Poland, Germany, and Norway. Through this initiative, we shared knowledge and experiences, quickly identified both common challenges and key differences in our approach to dog assessment, training, practical applications, and AAS team education. Despite these differences, we successfully bridged gaps through open dialogue and the exchange of best practice, gaining valuable insight from each other. This collaboration deepened our understanding of diverse methodologies and enriched our collective approach to the field, laying a stronger foundation for future cooperation. Since then, we have numerous projects aimed at better practices and uniform minimum standards in Europe. One of the major outcomes of our first project was establishing of an international training camp for AAS dog teams from the 3 countries. Here you can see the Norwegian team on the airport of Gdansk. The camp was held in Poland with participants traveling there with their dogs. Instructors from all 3 countries led the program filled with lectures, workshops, dog training, and cross-cultural social interactions. The camp became a great success, and since then, we have collaborated on numerous projects and have organized international training camps almost every summer. Last summer, we welcomed participants from a wide range of countries, including Poland, Ukraine, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Belgium, Iceland, and Norway. Just as our understanding of child rearing and education has evolved, so has our approach to training dogs and working in AAS. International training camps play a vital role in this transformation, fostering cross-cultural learning and refining best practices. I will now focus on the practical training camps conducted every summer since 2016, except during the pandemic years. The training camps are held in Poland, which offers several logistic advantages. Poland is easier to access by a car from several European countries due to its central location and well-developed road networks. Notably, the cost of living and service is generally more affordable than in Norway. Furthermore, Poland has less restrictive regulations regarding dog access in public spaces. From my experience, Polish people, including hotel staff, are exceptionally welcoming and friendly to dogs, which create a very positive atmosphere for the camps. Last year, we welcomed approximately 35 participants, including handlers with dogs and those without, along with instructors from Poland, Iceland, and Norway. The days at the camp are filled with practical dog training, workshops, discussions, reflections, temperament assessments, and practical exams and certifications. Evening provide a balance of social connection and personal relaxation, with participants able to either network or unwind with their furry friends. There are several advantages of international training camps. By attending an international training camp, handlers gain exposure to the latest international best practices, refining their existing skills and acquiring new ones. They learn to better understand canine body language, managing challenging behaviors, and tailor interventions to meet specific client needs. Moreover, they deepen their understanding of ethical considerations and professional standards, ensuring responsible and effective interventions. This increased competency leads to more successful outcomes, improving the well-being of both clients and animals. Handlers will leave the camp with enhanced confidence and the ability to handle a broader range of situations. International training camps bring together leading experts in animal-assisted services, behaviors, and training. These professionals provide a level of expertise beyond local programs, offering deep knowledge and hands-on experience. Participants are exposed to the newest research and training, empowering them to deliver safe, ethical, and impactful work. International training camps provide excellent networking opportunities, bringing together handlers, trainers, researchers, and professionals from all around the world. The connection made often lasts beyond the event, fostering a supportive community and encouraging ongoing collaboration. Handlers can exchange contact information, share experiences, and seek advice from peers and experts. International training camps also emphasize hands-on learning, offering participants plenty of opportunities to apply their knowledge in real-world situations. Rather than relying solely on lectures and presentations, participants engage in practical exercises such as stimulated sessions with clients and role-play activities. This practical approach allows handlers to build their skills in real time, with immediate feedback from experienced trainers. Dogs also benefit from gaining valuable experience, learning to handle different challenges and respond appropriately in various situations. International training camps provide a rich learning environment by featuring instructors with diverse backgrounds and extensive expertise in AAS. These trainers bring a variety of approaches, shaped by their individual expertise and practical understanding of animal behavior. International training camps exposes dogs to new sights, sounds, and experiences, helping them to get used to potential stressors and improving their ability to adjust to unfamiliar situations. Dogs also interact with a wide range of people, including trainers, handlers, and participants, and dogs of various breeds and temperaments. This building confidence and resilience, essential traits for AAS dogs that need to stay calm and focused in diverse settings. We also have some challenges of international training camps. Long journeys and new environments can be stressful for some dogs, affecting their well-being and performance. While most dogs handle long trips very well, some may struggle with motion sickness or anxiety. It's important to assess how your dog reacts to different travel scenarios and make informed decisions. Taking steps to prepare your dog for travel can minimize the stress and improve their experience. New environment may expose dogs to unfamiliar diseases, parasites, or hazards, requiring careful preparations. A pre-travel veterinary checkup ensures your dog is healthy and up to date on vaccinations. Compliance with all travel and health regulation is crucial to avoid complications, ensuring your dog's well-being during the trip. While many professionals speak English, communication challenges may arise, affecting learning and collaboration. Language is deeply tied to culture, and differing communication styles may lead to confusion. Patience and flexibility are key to navigate language barriers successfully, helping you make the most of the experience. Rest assured, all camp instructors align with positive training methods and are flexible, striving to adapt their approaches to each individual. Some training methods may not align with the participants' existing beliefs or practices, requiring an open mind and adaptability. Being open to different perspectives is essential to making the most of the experience. And can it be useful to participate on the camp without my dog? Yes. Participating in the camp without your dog can be incredibly valuable, offering several distinct advantages. We welcome participants who attend for various reasons, whether they don't currently have a dog, or they prefer to not put their dog through the stress of travel, or know their dog struggle to relax in new environments with many other dogs. Attending without a dog allows you to focus entirely on your own learning and reflection. Without the responsibility of dog care, you can fully concentrate on observing interactions between other handlers and their dogs. This provides a deeper understanding of training techniques, dog behavior, and handler responses. You also have more time to explore the theoretical aspects of animal-assisted services, engage more fully in workshops and discussions, and rotate among instructors to gain insight from various perspectives. Moreover, attending without a dog offers an excellent opportunity for personal reflection and self-improvement. You can develop your communication skills, empathy, and observational abilities. You will also have the chance to build strong professional relationships by connecting with other participants and instructors, acting as a helper to others, and contributing to group learning without the distraction of dog care. The camp also allows you to reduce stress, as you can relax more in the evenings and conserve energy for the next day's activities. Socializing is easier without the responsibilities of caring for a dog, giving you the freedom to interact with others. Ultimately, attending without a dog provides a unique opportunity to immerse yourself in the learning experience and gain valuable insight that might not be as accessible when managing your own dog's needs. So, by embracing international collaboration in AAS training, we ensure that dogs and handlers receive their most comprehensive education as possible. Cross-border knowledge exchange helps refine training methods, adapt to diverse cultural expectations, and ultimately create more skilled, ethical, and compassionate teams working in AAS worldwide, creating a better world for all. So, are you joining us this summer? The camp starts on the 9th of August and ends at the 16th of August. If you will attend, you will have the opportunity to earn an international certification. During the final days of the camp, you can sign up for an international certification. If your dog has passed the PADA, which you can complete at the camp, and you and your dog successfully pass the practical exam, we will award you an international professional certificate. These documents are issued in English to ensure that the skills and qualifications are recognized and understood by professionals worldwide. You will also participate in intensive training and hands-on workshops designed to supercharge your abilities and refine your techniques. You will connect with a global community of like-minded individuals, fostering collaboration and lasting professional relationships. You will become part of a passionate and encouraging community that shares your dedication to animal-assisted services. You will explore cutting-edge methodologies and discover new ways to make a profound impact through animal-assisted services. You will work closely with your dog in small, intimate seminar groups, maximum of 6 dogs, under the expert guidance of a certified AAS instructor. Enjoy daily 3-hour training sessions tailored to your needs. You will participate in 2 to 3 hour daily workshops and lecturers gaining diverse perspectives and deepening your understanding of AAS principles. This isn't just a seminar, it's an immersive experience where learning is woven into every moment, fostering both professional and personal growth. You will be able to enjoy leisure time by the lake, participate in group dog walks, and connect with fellow participants during engaging evening activities. You will have the opportunity to experience the serene beauty of, I'm trying to pronounce this, Yadvershin. Magda?
Yeah, very good.
Yadvershin. Yes! Yes, providing the perfect backdrop for learning and personal growth. Even if you don't have a dog or you don't want to travel with your dog, you can still join the camp and immerse yourself in this fascinating field. This is a fantastic opportunity to deepen your understanding of animal-assisted services, connect with professionals, and explore how you can contribute to this impactful field. This intensive 50 hours experience is designed to challenge, inspire, and equip you with the skills and knowledge you need to excel in the world of this service. Join us and transform your passion into a fulfilling profession. Whether you're new to this field or looking to expand your experience, there's a place for you at the camp. I will now show you 2 videos of the camp or situation in the camp. The first video is from 2023. And here you also can see some of the beautiful surroundings of the camp. See if I can get it moving. We have no sound, but it's just music, so we will manage without it.
This is our hotel, so you can see that there is quite a lot of green areas around for training and walking with the dogs.
And a little video from last year. I hope this lecture and these videos have sparkled your interest in joining us at the camp for an unforgettable week. I've attended every year since 2014, except the pandemic years, and I'm eagerly looking forward to this year. It's an incredible mixture of fun and learning, and I wouldn't miss it for anything. If you'd like to get some more information about the camp, you can scan the QR code and sign up for the information. If you are not able to scan the QR code, you can send an email to the organization and they will send you all the information you need. I hope to see you all in Yad Vashem in August. And if you have any question or thoughts about the lecture, please do not hesitate to come with questions now or to contact me later on this email. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you, Lina.
staying here with us.
Thank you for the lecture and presenting your thoughts about international training. I really hope we can meet next year. Sorry for not turning my camera on, but I'm struggling with the computer again.
For sure. Are you here, Magda? Sabina
I'm
is
afraid.
here at least.
Yes, I'm here. Hello,
That's good.
everyone. Thank you, Line, for a great lecture and sharing your ideas and thoughts. I think Magda is struggling right now with her computer. I would like to tell you or share with you my experience with international camp, because that was my first contact with AAS in Poland, and that was the time when actually I met you, Line. That was 9 years ago, I believe.
Oh my God. Long time ago.
Yes, long time ago. I met Lina and many other people with great ideas, great methods, and wonderful experience from different countries. So if you are interested in this kind of getting knowledge, this kind of camp, I really recommend you, because it's a great start, having very different perspectives and very different kinds of how we can cooperate with each other, how we can handle the dog, what kind of tool we can use, and so on. So see you soon in the summer in the Advisin, I hope.
I'm really looking forward to it.
I will also add that we have very diverse groups. So we have beginners who are just starting with the education and training the dogs for the very first time. But we have also experienced teams that were certified many years ago, and they are just building up more experience and more abilities and networking. And we have also instructor group, and they will be probably without the dogs, so they can join the trainings of others and look at the other instructor in work, and also be supervised by Lina and me during the camp. So no matter what level of education you are looking for, we will cover it in the camp. And for us, it's also a great opportunity for networking and building more partnerships and relations. As I told in my first lecture, this is the basic need in this field, to build a strong community and strong relationships between practitioners from different countries, because we can still learn a lot of things from each other and exchange many information. So I really encourage you, no matter on what level of training you are, to be part of the camp and join the community and build it together with us.
Yeah, and we have dogs from puppy to 10, 11 years of age at the camp, so everyone can join. I think the important thing with puppies is that they can be alone in the cage, so that they can rest. Otherwise, it will be quite heavy for them to stay there. And also, as I said, participating without a dog, I think, can be really worthwhile. Yeah.
We have a question how we can apply for the camp. I will share the link, or maybe Sabina, you can do it while I'm talking. So you can just click the link and read the details. Actually, we have 30 places with dogs. So sorry, Lina, we cannot host everyone who is with us today.
But we can host them without dogs, you know.
Yeah, we can host them without dogs, because that's what I wanted to say, that we have 30 places with the dogs, but we have more possibilities for people without the dogs. The hotel is quite big, but we have only 5 training rooms that are conferences rooms. We are training inside with the dogs, and each instructor has own room, but there will be also a group created for people without the dogs, so they will go around, see the training, and have the training together with me and Lina, based on the experience of training other people. And there is another question about the PADA test. It is nice to have dog PADA tested or evaluated before the camp, because then you know, will it be suited for this kind of work or not. But we have dogs that they were not PADA tested or not evaluated, or they are having personality that do not allow them to work in the future, but it's still a nice training opportunity. But when your dog is not PADA tested, then you will not be able to pass the certification, because the PADA test is the requirement for the certification. But you can attend the camp and train with the dog and get the knowledge.
Magda, maybe you can have a look on the chat, because we had a question from Daria. She's asking.
Yeah, I can
about...
say that we have a question about the theoretical course, and we will share the information in the mailing list starting next week, because now we are preparing the offer and the course will be quite short, but we are quite occupied with the theoretical part also, as we have definitions to share, we have training methods to share, and there is some things that require common understanding of the theory and practice, so that we are sharing in the online lectures. So on the camp, we can just train the practical skills and discuss the theory during the workshops, but there is a basic level of knowledge that all attendees need to have before it, to make it more valuable also for you, because you are starting from knowing something and not from the very beginning. And as far as I know, even if we have practitioners who are working in different countries, it is always nice to have this theory completed. As what we've been saying today, the common understanding of the definitions and the training methods is very, very useful. Okay, so now we will jump maybe to the other lecture or meeting actually with the practitioners from different countries, because we have now discussion with our panelists. But before that, Line, do you want to say something for the end, or do we have some more questions, or can we jump to the Visegrad region and practitioners from this part of Europe?
I just want to say that I hope I see all of you in August.
That would be something. That would be really something.
Really looking forward to it.
In October, actually, we had live conference that was in Life Science University in Warsaw, and we had 250 attendees. That was one day, not the camp, but we'll see, maybe. Okay, so now we can make a 10 minutes break, because we are starting at 3. So feel free to take tea, coffee, or whatever you need. And we see each other at 3 to discuss how we can apply all those techniques and approaches to own organizations in your own country. And I really think it will be interesting not only for practitioners, but also for local leaders and heads of organization. So see you in 10 minutes. Okay, so we are back after a short break, and we have Emily with us from Hafik in Czech Republic. Nice to see you, Emily. You have nice yellow jacket. That's nice.
I tried to match you today.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Because yellow is our color, and it's actually the best color for animal-assisted services. So we are about to start and talk about each country experiences from the camps and from the exchange and the tools that we can use in our own local organizations in our countries. So we will start with Czech Republic and your experiences and your input to the camps and to the international exchange. And then we will jump to Ukraine and maybe to Slovakia. And if some of our participants, if you have any questions or thoughts, please feel free to share. Sabine and Michał will take care of it on the chat. And if you want to share your thoughts live by talking with us, you are also welcome to do so. So, Emily, now the audience is yours, and I'm looking forward.
Thank you. So, hello, all participants. I'm Amelia. I'm on the advisory committee from Hafik here in the Czech Republic, and I have a 10-minute presentation, give or take, for you about our experiences working together across the Visegrad project and a little bit of who we are. So I will share that now, and we'll go from there. So hopefully you can see all of this.
Yes, we can see it.
All right, great. I have no idea if I'm still visible, so I'm going to assume that I am.
Yes, we can still see you, and we can see your presentation, and also we can hear you, so it's perfect.
Perfect. All right. So, like I said, I'm Amelia. I'm from Canis Therapy Association, Hafik. We are participants in the Visegrad project for a few years now. And I'll just go over as the slides tell me. So who we are, we were established in 2001 in Třeboň here in the Czech Republic. Established out of a need for professionally performed Canis therapy within our country. We mostly serve the southern Bohemian region, but we do have teams across the entire country. We are an almost entirely volunteer organization. We do have one employee who handles most of our scheduling and is fantastic, and we're very happy to have them. In 2008, we became the first volunteer organization in the country who was accredited that provides Canis therapy, which is a huge, huge milestone for us because it really added legitimacy to the field of Canis therapy here. Like I said, our volunteers are who make up our organization. We have currently 91 different volunteers with 119 dogs, 83 different teams, and we also have a horse, but I forgot to put it on the slide. Our volunteers range from all sorts of backgrounds, social workers, teachers, psychologists, etc. We offer services with school-based activities and education, home-based visitation, special events, like one-offs, stands and things like that. We have visits to retirement homes, hospitals, alternative forms of housing for homes for children or people who are in substance abuse recovery. And of course, we also offer training courses. And in every summer, we have a integrated camp, which is really nice. We have children half from different backgrounds with disabilities or other situations, and we try to have them meet their peers from more standard situations. And it's really nice. It's a really nice inclusive camp. So quickly about the AAI in the Czech Republic. It's a wide spectrum of practicing individuals and organizations, but there's diversity amongst us all in preparation, testing, and education. There's diversity in practice. We don't have a unified set of standards here in this country, which I think is a pretty common theme for most of us here. But we do try to build on that, which I'll get into in a bit. We don't have any uniform terminology, so that makes it a little bit challenging with communicating across organizations. And there's not a lot of cooperation, although it is improving, which is really positive. So about the international cooperation, we are participants with the Visegrad Fund. If you're unfamiliar with it, it is an organization that supports regional cooperation between organizations here in the V4 region. That would be Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. It's so that we can promote ideas and mutual understanding and also strengthen the importance of this part of Europe. It's not limited to just those 4 countries. We have participation from countries in the Eastern Partnership, such as Ukraine, and also from the Western Balkans. So our experiences with the international cooperation, we first participated with the Visegrad Project in 2021. That was our first camp that was in Poland, where we had 2 experts from each of the participating countries go, and we were exposed to PADA, which I know was talked about a little bit earlier today, but for anybody who is not familiar with it, it's a personality assessment of domesticated animals to assess the suitability of an animal if they're even appropriate for AAS. So following this camp, which was massively impactful for us, we began to establish our own PADA testing team. So there are 5 of us. And we, since 2023, we have required all new dogs and teams and the horse who come to volunteer with our organization to be PADA tested first, which is really beneficial in trying to set a standard of importance for what we do when it comes to delivering services. In 2022, we were very fortunate to have 2 very wonderful people from Poland come to visit us. And they did a 2-day training for our Czech teams here, where we were able to exchange methodology, dissemination of good practices. We had wonderful dinner conversations about the future of AAS and working together. And it helped further the conversation about unified international standards of practice. Following all of this, it brought to our organization more knowledge and experience that we needed to disseminate and help us refine our practices. It's always nice to be exposed to how other people do things and to kind of see where maybe we can always do better. So we really benefited from this. And then, of course, we've been participants in the AAS camp in Poland. We've participated in 2023, 2024, and we will be participating in 2025. At this camp, there are many different participants from all over Europe. But there are, of course, us from the V4 region. And each day we have daily hands-on activities and experiences. And then evenings, there are dedicated lectures to specific themes and topics. And again, this has helped strengthen our practices here, because as we learn at the camp, we are exposed to examples of best practices, how AAS is developing across the world and other countries, how to further improve our skills as an organization. We build very strong friendships and relationships, which are wonderful to have. I've met so many amazing people and from all over Europe and have great friendships from this, as you can see from this picture right here. And all of these things help strengthen how we provide services here. We then disseminate our newly acquired skills and information to volunteers in our organization and build upon it from there. We've been very honored to be a part of the Visegrad Project, and it has been immensely helpful for our organization and the development of AAS here in the Czech Republic. The benefits are invaluable. We can't put a price on it. It's amazing, and we're so honored to be a part of it. So we look forward to many, many years of cooperation with all of the organizations, and that's it. So that's us, who we are. This is our website, and that is my dog. Thank you.
That's the best dog ever, as far as I understand.
Yes, this would be my dog Arvin, who had an original dedicated slide, but I was told that I had to take it out. So
that wasn't me, actually, who told you to take it off.
it was heavily
Thank you.
suggested by many people here. So in our organization.
Thank you, Emily, for your insight, and I'm really happy that you have tools that you can use in your organization thanks to the cooperation, and we also are learning from you and your positive energy towards dogs, so it's great to have you in the team. And now, if we have any questions, but I cannot see them in the chat, so we are jumping to Ukraine and Tonia with her short presentation about Ukrainian approach to animal-assisted services, and I think this is very important issue, especially now when we have this war situation, and it changes a lot when we referring to dogs' welfare and people welfare. But still, in these hard circumstances, we have people dedicated for working and improving things. So yeah, really looking forward, Tonia, to your lecture and to see what's happening in your country now, what you are also doing in the animal-assisted services field.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. If it's possible, I want to share my screen. Okay. Do you see my screen? Yes. You must see.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The first, I want to say thank you for all of you who take participation in this conference, who organize this event, because if be true, development animal assisted services in Ukraine, just it is because you help for us, because you give for us your experience, your knowledge, and this is very needed for us all this time. So my name is Antonina Khoshovska. I'm from Chernivtsi, from Ukraine, and I have a lot very good examples from our international partners how to develop this in their countries, how to join about impact of international partnership for development animal assisted intervention in Ukraine. So wait a moment. I try to find. Wait a moment. Sorry. I'm a little. So I couldn't find my presentation. I'm sorry. Sure. I try to see. Okay. I'm sorry.
Tonia, we can see the presentation.
Yes,
so...
sorry. Yes, you see my presentation, yes?
Yes, we can see it, so we can just...
Okay.
Yeah,
I won't tell for you from start. In Ukrainian, from start, no any animal assisted intervention or work or services like you know in your countries. If be true, this is movement, development of this field start from 2014 years, and unfortunately it was start like from first stage of this war. It was when was the first military conflict when Russia take part of Ukraine in Donbass, and the people from Canada, they know that we will have a lot results after this situation, and they start improve in Ukraine project. It was called like Friends of Hero, and they was the firstly who start to show in Ukraine how working therapy dogs, how prepare about they proposed Canadian system of
testing dog for works, and it's usually this project was working in Kiev, and firstly it was like preparation dog assistant for veterans with PTSD, but later joined a lot volunteers with own dogs, and they start make visits to rehabilitation center, to children with disability, and it was like that. And later, if be true, when start, for example, my meeting and work in this field, it was 2016 year, and that time was realized two project. One, I was author and project manager. It was cross-border project, Ukrainian and Belarus territory, where we the first time find Magda Ivbitrom. And also in the same time was also project from development AAE with dogs for Eastern Ukraine, where also was a lot very nice people take participation in that project who work until this time. And from that time, 2016 year, we development partnership. Thanks for Stowarzyszenie Zwierzęta Ludziom, and implementation and make implementation join animal assisted services project with other partners with whom we have big honor to meeting in different events. Okay, I try to see. Yes, and later. How we start our cooperation with Magda. It was the first time in our project I tried to find some knowledge, and I found in English this book. Maybe someone of you remember this book. It was in English, translation special for Ukrainian and for Belarusian people for Russian language. And we using this book until this time, even now. And we found this book. We found the list of authors, and I was write letter for everyone who was in that list. And thank God, Magda answered for us. And later we also take part in a lot different conference, which was the firstly in Warsaw, and we find a lot very nice people from Norway, from Czech Republic, from Slovakia, and also we find there also other people from Ukraine, and it's like start develop of animal assisted intervention with dog-some community. What we have challenges in that time. When we start to prepare a project, we found, I tried to find some information, but usually in Ukraine use terminology like kinesiotherapy. This is terminology from Czech and Slovak language, and in other language it was very hard to find any information about kinesiotherapy. And I was need a lot of time to find that kinesiotherapy is like animal assisted intervention or animal assisted services. So we from start and until now, we have very big problem because people really want to find information. I create a Facebook group for people from Ukraine where 1,500 people who are interested about animal assisted intervention in different fields. It's like, this is really very nice place where you always can find other people and some information for work. And I always put their information from our partners about their conference, webinars, course, and other event. And also we, until now, don't have any system for preparation dog and specialist, testing and evaluation. About testing, now our team from 4 person make a study 2 times in Netherlands and in Greece for PADA, and we very grateful for this possibility, but unfortunately it's very hard for us now in really this testing of dog. And also we don't have any system of certification. Also as a problem for people, sometimes they want to do animal assisted intervention for dogs, but hospitals or other placement don't give for them access for that. This is also a big problem for us, but from that we have also the first problem. It's because we don't have hygienic rules, standards, or some standards for work in animal assisted intervention. I will be very closely. And also I want to say thank you for all that possibility in what we take participation. Thanks for us the international cooperation. Our first international camp, it was 2020. It was very small company, but was very effective. And for us, it was very motivation for our future work. Also, thanks for Magda, who come to Ukraine and make first really international and give us knowledge how to work, how preparing dog, because also it's also very big part how preparing dog. For work in animal assisted intervention, it was in Lviv, and also in the time we made the first time PADA test, it was 14 dog, 8 of them pass, and 4 of them it was a stray dog before. So we think it also can be used in animal assisted intervention. Also, we make youth meeting, Ukrainian and Poland. It was in very hard, as we think in that time, coronavirus time. We don't know what will be in the future. But anyway, even in that very hard situation, we really make this exchange of experience between youth from Ukraine and Poland in Warsaw about animal assisted intervention. Also, thanks for possibility to take participation in Camp 2022, because it was very hard time for us, because all was start war in Ukraine. And for that person who come to Poland, it was like really safety place and really very change something, yes, for that people to stay some time in safety place and give power, return at home and work in the future. And what I also want to say thank you for all of you who was support Ukraine all the time, because in February 2022 we also was make our conference where was take participation a lot of people who now is here. And in the morning when start of war, Mr. Adam Mikloshi was write to me letter, was really very, very support. It was unexpected. And he say her opinion about that situation. After that, a lot our partners sent for us some money, some food for dogs, and a lot different things for help for us, because if be true, the first time it was very hard time. People is here, it's kids here, it's refugee kids who come to more safety territory, and Stowarzyszenie Zwierzęta Ludziom send for us some money, and we can buy for them some present, yes, because they don't have nothing, if be true. And a lot of what they was asked, it was like a hat for hair, because it was really very hard for them. Also, here I think was one of the incredible team in Camp 2023, because we returned to Ukraine with certification, 2 certification team for visit and for education. And our trainer Agata, she is always support us. She always give knowledge for starting Ukrainian team, and this is very needed work, and we're very grateful for her and for all people who take participation in this event. And Camp 2024, we also, it was our last meeting, and we very hope to meeting this year, because this is international camp. It's really very needed for exchange of experience, for strong partnership, and for motivation to make work in our countries. And I want to make a small presentation what now in Ukraine. Yes, because you need to understand that maybe you also can find this for you, that people in war have in their life 4 phrases. The first phrase, it's like a phase of heroism, or sometimes it's just shock. Yes, people try to make something to change situation. The second phase, it's like honeymoon, when people is really and hope for the best. And third phase, it's disappointment. And the last phase, very needed, and we need to understand that we now in that 4th phase, because a lot of people sometimes stop in one of these phase, but the 4th face, it has the most value for all of us, because we need to understand that life will not be the same as was before, and it is necessary to build in the exciting condition our future in that situation in what we are. And now I put here a lot, this is PO, but there are more and more about different centers where is animal assisted intervention with dog development, and they are working in centers, they are working with different types of people, with refugees, with kids, with adults, with veterans, with that people who really need support in mental and physical health, and dog very help in that. And I want to show you one, I think it's some will be innovation for you. This is two incredible project as for me. One is in our city, it's name like City of Godness, where a lot kids, refugees from different places. This is mother and kids who was with domestic abuse, and there are also connection with shelter for dogs, and part of that dogs take participation in animal assisted intervention with kids, and all kids is care about their dogs, and this is really very incredible place, and I hope you can come for us and see that. And other project, it just started in Ukraine, it's improvement animal assisted intervention, animal assisted services with dogs for veterans and their family in national police. And in this pilot project, they want to make together kinologists with dogs, psychologists, and give support for veterans who return from war, who in hospital, who need support and who need help. And also all the time we make conference, and we want to invite you for our future conference 2014 of April, what will be. I hope our partners will take participation in that. And want to thank you, all of you, very big thank you, because really all that time was very hard for you. And thanks for you, for your support, for your open, for your sharing. We really very feel that. Thank you for all of you.
Great, Tanya. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate your work in Ukraine, as Antonina is the person who is connecting people across the country and making them work together and train dogs and help people together. So it's really challenging work, especially during the wartime. So yeah, I'm really proud that I can be your partner and we can work together. So I think that that would be the end of our lectures. If you have any other questions or thoughts you want to share with us, you can share it on chat, and you can share it with your voice when you hold your hand, and Michał will allow you to speak publicly. We have some questions about different countries that we are collaborating with, and yes, we have much more collaborations that it was mentioned at the beginning. We have quite strong collaboration with the Netherlands, also with Belgium. We have partners there, and actually during the summer camp there will be also trainers from the Netherlands and from Belgium, so it's quite strong connection and cooperation, not only during the trainings but also online with different projects. Yeah. So I see that there are some questions about the camp. The camp price, that's interesting for many people. It's around 1,100 euro, and it covers accommodation, food, and training. And the price is changing in the time. So the closer to the camp, the more expensive it is, as we also need to pay some money in advance to the hotel. And there will be also additional training. If you are interested in the detailed plan of trainings, please fill the form that we've been sending before, and Michał will paste the link now, so we can contact you directly and give some information about trainings that are available for both Polish participants and for international participants if you want to train together in this international collaboration. So thank you everyone for your attendance and your thoughts and high activity on the chat. All the links you've shared and all the questions you've asked, and I'm truly happy about this conference that it could happen. We have now over 300 people online. During the conference it was almost 500, and I believe that people who registered, so over 1,000 people from all over the world, they will be still listening to this conference later on. So I'm happy that we have so many people interested in the field and willing to learn more and participate in joint events. So thanks a lot, and hopefully we will see each other on the camp, on the conferences and other events, not only made by us, but also by other partners, maybe IOHIA conference in Amsterdam during the summertime. So there are many opportunities to collaborate, discuss and grow. And I really hope to meet you live, not only via computer.
And
one more important thing.
one
Sorry,
request.
Michał.
It will be nice if you
Fill in the form about the evaluation.
Fill in the evaluation form.
Yeah, that
about
will
the
really help
conference.
us with planning the next events, and we really want to know your thoughts about the conference, the content, what you would like to learn more, what you were missing in this conference. So Michał is now posting the link to the evaluation form, and that would be really helpful if you can fill it up and send it to us. Okay, so thanks a lot and see you soon.
Dobrze, dzięki Bartku za pomoc w tłumaczeniu. Już kończę spotkanie. Dzięki, hej, hej.